Good day and good evening and welcome to Dailies Hangout stream with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. As usual, we'll go through all of the roulettes, most of the roulettes, not all of the roulettes, from top to bottom, and then we'll see what time it is, essentially. We might do the four-man stuff first. I think that's usually how we do it, specifically so we don't have like back and forth. And that also means that I will not be playing Dancer for the first roulette. No Guildhest roulette. I want you to know, Giraheen, here's a little sneak peek on a future video. 28 Guildhests in a mentor session. Like, I reached a point where, like, I actually... Let me see, maybe I have my notes. Let me find my notes. Because I take notes, shockingly, when I make these. Let's see here. Duty 27, Guildhest under the armor. Kill me! Did you get anything else? I got 2 normal raids, and then 28 Guildhests. So, like, it started pretty good, and then it just, like, went like, nope. Really funny, that. Like, I think I'm developing an allergy to Guildhests. The funny thing is that on the one hand, it's not so bad. That means you can speedrun, you can speedrun getting like progress there. Like, as Aridel says, the worst is that some mentors would have loved that. Like, if you wanted to speedrun getting the 2000 mentor roulettes, the fastest way possible, you would want like a dozen players just spamming Guildhests all day, so that every time you queue mentor roulette, boom, Guildhest, boom, Guildhest, boom, Guildhest. That would be the fastest way to do it. A boring day in mentor roulette, yeah, something like that. Also, with that said, hey Zaf, hey Yassel, hey Fatman, hey Lexi, hey Caetsu, hey Matthew, hey Giraheen, hey Saras, hey Ham, welcome back, Ham. I wasn't sure where you were, but I did notice you were missing a bit. Hey Jake, hey Ymir, hey Aridel, hey Edoret, hey Kazu Dragoon, hey Lemon, hey Ymir, and hey Kana. Hope you're all doing very well. Sounds like maybe you understand my aversion to them. Oh, I perfectly understand. I don't think I ever didn't understand. I think my perspective on that was more that... You say hi twice? Maybe. I think it was more that exiting your like actually leaving your mentor roulette so you get a 30-minute penalty for leaving is what I didn't understand, because you could just finish it in 1 minute and just go, I'm just not going to do mentor roulettes for 30 minutes. You could just go and do something else. Like, that's like where I draw the line. Like, actually, the funniest thing that happened, and this will also show in the video, is I queued mentor roulette, got under the armor. Okay, finished that. Queued mentor roulette, got under the armor with the same person in the group. Did that, and then I was like, okay, I'll take like a 10-minute break so they can like get done with their challenge log or whatever it is that they're trying to accomplish. Queue again, under the armor, same person. Like, after 10 minutes, I was still there. If I remember correctly, I ran into them still in under the armor 40 minutes later. Like, they were spamming it so much that, like, they had finished their challenge log, like, ages ago. It was quite something else. Yeah, 28 under the armors. Not 28 of those, but it was 28 Guildhests. I mean, just What's Up Game is playing Guild Wars 2 while watching a Final Fantasy 14 stream. I hope you're having fun in Guild Wars 2. You're having fun? We can't be having that now, can we? Indeed. But yeah, if you wanted... Also, hey, Leyland. Hope you're doing well. If you wanted to speedrun the mentor achievement as quickly as possible, the most effective way to do it, speed-wise, would just be to do it in guild tests. If 100% of your mentor roulettes were under the armor, I'm pretty sure if we included like entering the duty, actually doing it, exiting, loading screen, queuing again, going, like as a loop, I would probably estimate on average you can do it in 1 minute. Like the full thing in 1 minute. So if you could do that 2,000 times, well, it'd take like 33 hours. Done. With an achievement that for some people it will actually take years. It says my longest under the armor streak was 12 duties. I bonded with a dancer that was also doing mentor roulette. Oh, hello again! I actually also had situations of running into people I met earlier. Like, who were mentor rouletting. And given that I only ran into them like once, I'm pretty confident that they went, under the armor, well, I think I'm just gonna call it then. There's a 100 instance limit. I don't know how that applies if you're just spamming roulettes like this. I'm guessing it's the same, but that would still mean you could finish this achievement in 20 days. And all you had to do was spend like an hour and a half and a bit. Done. That's it. Just an hour and a half every day for 20 days. Hey, Celestial Illusions and Bronton. Hope you're doing well. Next, it says people are spamming guild heads for mentor. I've seen it a lot. They're doing it for comps. Correct. And that's actually exactly the problem. There are 3 possible reasons that you're spamming guild heads. One is that all jobs that were added in the game before Shadowbringers, I believe. Yeah. Why do I have this completed on both Red Mage and Samurai? That's really random. But any job added before Shadowbringers has a first-time completion bonus on all of the guild tests. So some players are like, well, it's free real estate. It says only dungeons. Trials, raids, or guild tests don't count for this limit, because bots were running Wanderer's Palace for guild. Oh boy. All it costs you is an hour for every day for 20 days. And your soul. Yep, exactly. But yeah, some people feel compelled to do this. I will say, though, if you're, like, legitimately level 40, like, if you're actually level 40, new player, then, like, a clean 4k gil per job for, like, a duty that takes, like, under 5 minutes. That's pretty good. Like, that's actually okay, isn't it? I'd say that's actually decent. Sweden detected. Like, 4k guilds, not so bad at that level range. Like, some people are like, how can you make guild when you're low level? 4k guild is not a lot if, like, you want something expensive, but for normal spending at level 40, 4k is actually quite a lot of money, I would say. Normal spendings. And you could do that with any job that was released before Shadowbringers. So basically all jobs in the free trial, can do this. So every free trial can get, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 times 4k from just that one. And there's multiple of those. You also get the challenge log money, but that's I think that's like 2k, yeah. Like that's less. But also, speaking of which, because someone else mentioned the guild test rewards, Let me put it like this. This, so 540k XP, is approximately, like, extremely close to the same XP you would have gotten from one Dawntrail hunt mark. Which takes, like, the flying there, and then the killing of the mobs. This takes, like, 3 minutes. So if you're in the business of doing 10 guild tests every week for this payout, then you better be doing your hunt marks every day. Because those add up to like 7.5 million XP. Just the Dawntrail ones. Like 7.5 million. It's not so bad. It's really easy. 4k kill could give you hundreds of boiled eggs. That Guzzle says, jokes on you, I do both. No, see, that's fair. That was my point. If you're doing this, you better also be doing the hunt marks. If you're doing both, then fair enough. Are you also doing the Akazadara Beast tribes? They give like 3 million. I think the Pixies give like about 1.2 million XP per day. They take a little bit longer than this, I'm pretty sure, but they take less time than this. Yes, I'd rather grill myself than do guild tests. That's understandable. But yeah, exactly as Zav says, I stopped commending people in guild tests soon after I realized how often I got them. Same. Like, if I get a guild test, it has to be like clearly a sprout. Then I might commend them. Otherwise, I'm just like, the cash register's closed. No more commendations. It's too much. Like, it's too much. And you know what's worse than that? You know what's the funniest part about that? The players that are spamming guild tests to farm commendations, they are presumably doing it until they're done. Eventually done, right? Which means that they're going to do it until they have 1500. Regardless of whether you give them or not. Which means that you can choose to commend them, which perpetuates the problem, because now they feel more motivated to do it because it's working. Or you can not do it, and if it doesn't demotivate them from doing it, then it just means that you have to deal with them being in the mental roulette cycle for longer. Could also be for 3,000, that's true. Very true. And both Ham and Ariel says, remember to pick up Wondrous Tales. That's true. I actually did that a little bit ago. Lexi says, I've had someone spamming guild tests for commendations, leaving a message at the end of the guild test. Not only asking for a commendation, but also plugging their stream because they were streaming their journey. Wow. That's, wow. That's actually impressive. Like, sometimes I wish I had that level of gusto to just be like, just kick in the door and be like, hi guys, watch my stream. I'm streaming this. Watch it. Like, in-game. Like, wow. Like, there was this one time... where I entered a front line. I believe it was Seal Rock. And someone was like, hey, are you that YouTuber guy? And I said, yes. That is me. Or rather, I said, do you mean me? And then they said, yeah, you. And then I said, yes, that is me. And then, like, a little bit later, they were like, I'm pretty sure you're that YouTuber guy. I'm like, yes, that is I. It is me. Like, not saying it, but kind of implying, let's get back to the game. This is getting embarrassing. And the next message was someone else putting into the conversation being like, wow, so famous. You know, someone who clearly was like, all right, wrap it up, guys. Like, come on now. We're not doing this, are we? Because, like, it got to the point where it almost felt like a plant, right? Like someone who joined into the match with me to just be like, wow, look at this. It's Kai from YouTube, everyone. You know. That was really awkward. Meanwhile, we have people being like, just watch my stream. Hey, Gleaming, and hey, Lilac, hope you're doing well. And Asmo, hope you're doing well as well. Do you suggest watching paint dry? Is that famous YouTuber Caetsu Chaiji? But why be a streamer, man, if you don't... I mean, it would be cool to be famous, but it's still a bit weird to be, like, in the middle of a PvP match, and then, like, there's just some, like... They weren't even like, oh, man, I love what you're making. They were basically being, like... They did the equivalent of, like, walking up to someone and being like, hey, aren't you that guy from that show? And then they say, yes, that's me. And then they go... I'm pretty sure you are. Like you didn't answer them. That quickly gets into this like awkward. Like I don't join a frontline or a duty of any sort and like scream out, by the way, I'm streaming this. Is that society? The one streamer whose sub I pay. Yeah, like I feel like that's a bit much. Like I say hello in content, which of course could give like some people might be like that. I think that's a little excessive if they actually got mad about that. I have always said hello when I enter duties. I've done that since before I started making content. So I just do that. And sometimes people don't realize that it's me until they look in the chat and basically go, oh, wait a minute, that's Caetsu Chaiji. Is that Xenos Chaiji? Xenos Chaiji? Genuinely, some people that like don't even realize it's me because like they might not be looking here, they might not be looking at the portrait. You know what? Fair enough. Like I imagine most people when they queue for stuff, they are not expecting to find me. They see a pink order, they see a pink order, recognize you. They might. That's also the thing. I usually wear very recognizable outfits on my character. Also, hey Vicels, it has been a while. I hope you're doing well. Celestial Illusion says, I had one person in a dungeon once who had a greeting macro advertising their stream and a good buy macro doing it as well. Wow. By the way, hey Merfolk Adult, I hope you're doing very well and welcome back. That's a lot of gifted memberships. Thank you so much. I hope you're all enjoying the memberships. Mini subs, yes. It's been a bit. What? And Ymir as well. Thank you so much. That's it's been a while since this has happened. Thank you both so much for 2 times 20 gifted memberships. That's incredible. Thank you so much. Wow. Wow. that is a lot of gifts, yeah. Thank you for the 10 extra, Merfolk. The floor is slippery today, yes. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Hope you all enjoy the emotes and the gym next to your names. I'm pretty sure we've doubled the amount of active memberships just now. You sniped Caetsu. Yeah, that's unfortunate or fortunately how it works on YouTube. You can't gift a membership to someone specific. So instead you just walk in with like a shotgun and just go and then you just hope you get the person that you wanted to gift. Are there any non-members left in the chat? If there are, then I'm almost 100% certain that they are a brand account, so they can't receive a gifted membership. We've actually gone over this before. If you have you make your YouTube account, you can, on your YouTube account, just make an additional channel, right? You can just make one. But those are brand channels, and they cannot get gifted memberships. They can buy them, but they can't be gifted ones. For example, this channel, this one that you're watching right now, is a brand channel and cannot receive gifted memberships, even if I wanted to turn it on. And that's also true, Kana. You could just turn it off. That's true. Also, thank you for 20 more, Murfolk. There is something to be said that that's a lot. That's a lot. But yeah, you would, on a regular account, you would have to turn it on. But you would also have to not be a brand account. Some people are mentioning Zero. This is actually the way that we discovered this problem, if you can call it that. This quote-unquote problem. This problem being that people, I believe the origin of the slippery floor meme was that I think there was 80 memberships given trying to give Zero one. And eventually we figured out that the reason was that they were a brand account. And the way that I figured that out was that I discovered that I couldn't enable getting gifted memberships on this account because I'm on a brand account. But yeah, thank you so much for all the gifted memberships. That's a good thing that I've made the membership thing at the end on the videos a scrolling credits instead of one big one, because otherwise you can't see anything. It'll just be tiny text. Lexi says, how can you tell? I can't remember how you can tell, but I can't remember how I checked it. Maybe I'll figure it out after the stream. But I think if you go to a channel page and click the Become a Member, so you would of course have to choose one where you aren't currently a member, I think, and then click the three dotted lines in the top right of the menu, there you would see a toggle to accept gifted memberships from that channel. And usually it's toggled on by default, I'm pretty sure. Makes sense, right? But if you're a brand account, it should just be not there, because you can't receive any in the first place, so who cares, right? And I'm pretty sure if you have more than one channel associated with your your Google account or YouTube account, however you want to call it, it's only the first and primary one that is the normal account. And I know many years ago when Google Plus became a thing and they decided that all YouTube accounts now had to use your actual real name, a lot of people just added basically a brand account and used that to get the name they want to have. Hey, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Vizel. Thank you so much. What? Well, thank you for the 20 extra gifted memberships, Evia. I don't even know how if there's any people left to receive. That's incredible. Thank you all so much. What's going on? I'm not even sure. What was I saying? Getting the people in the back, yeah. The floor's quite slippery, yes. What was I talking about? Right. So a lot of people... thank you so much for checking in, John. Enjoy your day. I'm actually not sure which one that gifted you, John. What was I saying was... Right, so a lot of people made brand accounts with, like, the gamer handle they wanted. And they just kind of continued on that one, and they might have had, like, 5+ years of, like, subscribing to channels on that account, adding videos to, like, playlists on that account. And the main account has just been abandoned, so they're not going to use that anymore. Like, that's just not happening. It makes sense, right? It perfectly makes sense. And the problem is, of course, that... so you can't really go back to that. It would be weird. And I can indeed inform you that this channel account, like, I'm subscribed to extremely few people on this account, because if I want to subscribe to something, I just go to my main account. It's actually pretty funny, because I don't write comments on my main account. I go to this account to write a comment. So I might be subscribed to something on my main account, go to my backup, like this account is not a backup account, the brand account, write a comment, because if you see my main account's name, you're like, who's that? Thank you for 10 more memberships, Jimmy. Are you sure this is a... Let's see if we can hit Vi. That is hard. That is I don't even know. Vi, are you sure you're not a brand account? But yeah, that's how I do it. It's like, I mostly watch on my private account. And then I go to this account to write comments. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, Celestial Illusions. This is crazy. I feel like I haven't even done anything. What's happening? I'm not even sure, Philippe. It's the Dailies Hangout stream turned out to be Total Chaos Slippery Floor stream. Let's see if we can hit Markiplier. Philippe says I got gifted a membership without even being in the stream. That is actually something that can happen. Brontom says looks like Kai can pay rent this month. I realize you might be jesting, but genuinely, like this is actually very much appreciated. The past month on Caetsu Chaiji channel has been a little rough, so this is very much appreciated. I'll have you know, not required. I can take it, but it's very much appreciated. Also, welcome to the cult of the pink proper, Vicels. Alex says I've never seen this many gifted memberships on a channel before. This happens like on rare occasion. On this channel. I think this has happened like 2 or 3 times in total. But I do think the funniest part is seeing that there's less people watching than there are memberships given. But just to answer that, Philippe, the way that Emia says 4 times, fair enough. The way that can happen, Philippe, is basically that I'm pretty sure the way YouTube does it is if gifted memberships are handed out on a stream, it will first try to give to people in the stream. If it fails to do that, I'm pretty sure it will try to give to people who checked the stream, like who had been in the stream earlier. If it runs out of those, it will like try to give to people that usually watch the stream, like that have watched these streams before, like regularly check the channel. And if it fails that, then it like starts to seek further and further out. And I'm guessing at some point it starts to just gift subscribers, just subscribers that don't watch the streams, but just gives anyway. Just you have one, try it. So that's how it can happen. It's pretty funny. All I know about how it works is that when you're gifted a membership, they send you an email letting you know that you were given a membership. And that's also true, as Aridel says. One of the perks of being a part of the Cult of the Pink on the YouTube channel is that if you connect your YouTube account to your Discord account, that is something you do on Discord, then you'll get the pink name on the server, and you'll have the the same member crystal next to your name. So you can do that. That's optional. I know some people specifically refuse to connect their YouTube because they don't want that. It's entirely optional. It doesn't mean that you're being given something. Like, it's not like it locks you out of some channel or something. Philippe says I'm missing a Kai stream. Here's a tip, by the way, in regards to the Discord link Ariel sent. On the Discord server, there's an announcement room. In that announcement room, I post a link to streams whenever they happen. And you can go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role. Then, if you have Discord open on something, you'll get like a notification around 15 minutes before stream starts. So you can be like, oh, stream time, awesome! If that's what you want. That doesn't help everyone, but it helps some people. And I usually mention it super late in the stream, so some people won't even realize it. But yeah, thank you all so much for the gifted memberships. That's wild. And also, welcome to all of the people that came into the stream in the middle. Maybe that's what I need to do. Somehow convince YouTube that I can just have an email be sent to people when a stream starts. Agent Monica says, I watched a video of yours a couple of months ago and randomly saw my name at the end. I think it was one from around November or December last year. Turns out I was gifted a membership around that time. Yeah, that sounds possible. I do actually, that's the thing, Agent Monica. I recognize the name. And it also has like a little 1 tick next to the crystal, which means that this is at least the second time. That you've been had a membership, so that tracks. But yeah, should we actually maybe start playing the game, or should I just stand here? Art of War, that bell, and that's true. For some people, it helps to use like the bell to get notified and stuff. Stand. What? We were supposed to play games? Standing here has worked so far, hasn't it? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Hey, Nick. Hope you're doing well. And Ilana. You missed the chaos. Right. Let's see if we can find our way back to what we're actually going to do. I'm glad to hear that, Nick. Thank you. Chaos, this is Louisoire. Well, Louisoire is actually situated on Chaos, so that's perfect. If you would like to join me for expert roulettes, come on over to me. Oh boy. I think we have like space for two, like I think we have 2 groups. We easily have 2 groups. And Zodiac is on. That's actually extremely ironic. Why is that? That's actually really silly now that you mention it. Zodiac is on light. Expert or something is do leveling. We're doing expert first, and then we go through all of the leveling stuff. I'll switch to whatever role that no one else wanted to play in the group. So if like we're starting with expert, and then everything else I'm playing dancer. Oh yeah, we could actually have a Kai per group. Alex says, that reminds me, I remembered watching your Red Mage guide and was very helpful. I'm glad to hear that. That's actually, I do remember my Red Mage guide and my Samurai guides are if you haven't completed the Dawntrail MSQ, this might be a big spoiler. You might want to, like, I don't know, close your eyes and close your ears for like 15 to 20 minutes. Or you can just watch anyway if you don't mind. I've said it. Unfortunate. Might. Hey, Busy. Hope you're doing well.
To the memories of better days, I bid farewell.
Have you heard? Princess Fiend is here.
Oh boy. New Viper. Right. If you're yeah, that's maybe a bit late for me to say now, but if you're worried you won't know when to come back, Aradil is usually really good about mentioning it when the spoilers end. My folks says, and I thought Viper was easy and New Viper somehow even easier. Yeah, exactly. That's actually a really funny story. Is before the change, my main issue was that sometimes I would accidentally have Noxious Nash run out, but Dreadwinder would never sit ready. After the change, it is actually a really common problem for me to forget to use Vicewinder, because as it no longer has a specific time you're supposed to use it. It changes to be this weird thing that you just use whenever it's convenient. So I have had to learn that. All right, Lilac, you'll know in we'll try to put a little message when we're done, so that you know when you can come back. And hey Neil, hope you're doing well. Celestial says, I was on Discord voice chats streaming a few days ago with a friend who just started to show what the game is like. I got this dungeon for expert, the final trial for trial roulette, and M4 for normal raids, bruh. The game was alright, well, spoiler time. I hope you're ready. The thing is, when you're trying to sell a potential new player on the game, sometimes that's just how it has to be. Basically show them the best the game has to offer. And sometimes that'll include spoilers. Not much you can do about that. The thing is, and I think I've talked about that before. If you have a new player, getting into the game, it will almost certainly take them so insanely long to get to this point in the game that even if it is a little spoilery for them, they probably can't remember this. They can't remember this by the time they get to this. So, the possibility that it'll actually really be a spoiler for them is reasonably small, I would say. That's also, that's the thing. And also, as others mentioned, is that a spoiler like this, without any context, is also very meaningless a lot of the time. So, often it's mostly really a problem if it's someone who's, really close to getting to this point in the story, because then they will remember. But it is really hard, because if you're well, I can't show you anything of the really cool stuff, because then you'll get spoiled. It's yeah, but the cool stuff is stuff you don't want to get spoiled on, because it is the cool stuff. So what do you do then? I can't. Oh man, this game is awesome. If only I could show you how awesome it is, but that would be a spoiler. And that's also that, Fat Man. I would imagine by the time that you'd get to this, but if you're a new player and someone showed you Alexandria as your first, thing. Oh. Well, no Ouroboros then.
You are my people, and
I'll just look like I'm a Super Saiyan. But like by the time you get to it, you might have like this like sense of like, I think I've seen this before.
Memories of war, I lay to rest.
But it doesn't really matter. Skip says the same. It took me 4 months to get through A Realm Reborn to Endwalker. Exactly. Precisely. And you would have had to like pay extremely close attention to actually realize, like see things you weren't supposed to see. Demi Miles says, as someone who literally got the game this week, and it's my first MMORPG ever, it's cool to see I'll eventually fight weird dinosaurs. That, yeah. You know, that's the spirit. But yeah, exactly. As a new player, sometimes it would be nice to just, you know, see what there is to look forward to. And that's also why, like, when I'm doing, like, max level content, but it's not MSQ relevant, like optional dungeons, I'm like, whatever. It's just a dungeon. Like, there's no story relevancy to it, so you can see that. You can see that being awesome. But that is the thing. And it's something that sometimes surprises me with some people that get surprised with a spoiler, is that you could probably see a large amount of the Alexandria dungeon here without it really being a problem. Like, if you just go, well, I don't want to see it because that would be spoilers, then, like, don't listen too closely to the voiceover in the fights and stuff. And don't focus too hard on the duty. Like, don't look too hard on it, and then it's probably fine. That is an interesting way to do it, Nick. So does it mean you do it all in 1 month? Or do you sub in like sub in longer periods at a time to make that work? You know, a funny thing that I've noticed with Viper, the more that I've played some more melee jobs in Dawntrail, is that the weirdest thing with Viper's rotation is that because of all the random weaves, there are very long, like sometimes very long periods of time where, like, if you need to weave something else, you can't. Like, and when I mean can't, I mean, of course, when you use a twin blade action, you don't have time to triple weave, only double weave. So like here I can't weave, here I can't, like, because it's all taken. And when I'm in Reawaken, the only time I have time to weave something is on Ouroboros. So that means that as I've gotten better at playing Viper well, I've gotten worse at actually just like being actually careful and using my feint whenever it's helpful. Because I'll just be like, well, I didn't schedule this one, so I don't have time. I'm busy bursting. Too bad. That doesn't mean that that's necessarily always the best move, but it's an interesting observation that no, you don't actually have like you don't actually have that much time to weave things. So you started blasting, yeah. The legendary triple weave, yeah. Genuinely, the reason why this happens is because with your speed bonus, your twin blade attacks have a normal GCD, so you can't triple weave. And your reawakened GZDs have a super fast one, so you might be able to double weave, but not really. How many OGZDs can pick to weave if you swift cast a motif? 8 to 10? 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Like 6, I think. Something like 6. Hey Matoro, hope you're doing well. Something like 6. If you swift cast a Rainbow Drip, you're probably closer to like 9.
We can't give up. Not until keep complete.
Also, hey Haber, Shaxter, and Jonathan. Hope you're doing well. Oh yeah, I should also mention, Shaxter, like when I'm saying that this weaving issue, that's like more like an observation. Because it is the case that Viper isn't exact, like it might not be the most impressively complicated job, but it does have a lot of like required weaves, which means that despite the job being quote-unquote fast-paced, it has long periods where it's like, well, you can't, like, the entire GZD is taken. Like, it's like consumed by you doing attack weaves. Attempting removal via incision. Re-attempting removal via incision. Isn't it? It's funny how we've decided in media that machines always announce what they're doing loudly and proudly. Like when you really think about it, that's really silly, isn't it? Like the boss is like exactly telling you what it's doing. I also want to add that it's pretty funny that this boss is so specific, being like attempting removal via incision, and then later it's just like multiple armaments, whatever. I'm doing it with many things. You figure it out. Now it's exterminating, like just in general. Again, no specifications, just in general. Also, by the way, commencing final attack sequence, which isn't going to be the final attack sequence. That's just what the programmers put in for debugging. That's probably it, yeah. They have the machine just announce it so that they can see it for debugging purposes. And then, like, that's the weird thing, is that... Wouldn't they remove that, then? Computers are cartoon villains, they have to announce their attacks. It reminds me of this Josh Strive Hayes short. Like, small skit he made with, like, a boss and, like, another boss being like, hey, you do this thing where you announce your attack. What if you just didn't do that? I think there's also another one where he... Wait, I should have used Uncoiled Fury there first. There's another one where he's like... You know how, like, there's, like, this marker that shows where your attack's gonna land? What if you, didn't show that? Like, what if you didn't... What if you just didn't do that? Oh, we almost... Like, we kind of skipped Annihilation there, didn't we? I think that's pretty fast. Attack sequence final draft parentheses 5 end parentheses .txt. Yep. We're done. We finished the big spoilers. It's a Dalek. Final underscore final. Yeah. You know, I think I've actually done that. Actually, I don't think I've just done that once. I think I'm pretty sure that when I was making like the final files for like my master thesis, because that had some programming in it, I did actually have like final, definitely final this one, like kind of named files. Attack sequence V5, final, real final. Now you get the other spoilers. Well, let's see. There's a possibility that when we start to get into the duties that we don't actually have people high enough level. Did we have a group 2 go in? Looks like they came back before us if they did. The one they got the ghost park. Right, if you would like to join me for leveling roulette, come on over to me. Do this. I do think we still have a... We should be able to make multiple groups. Aradel and Sip's group was also Ghost Park. The optional dungeons are fast, I think. I'm almost 100% certain that's the case. And you know why I think that? And that's because the MSQ one has item level sync. And the optional ones don't. So if you have 710 gear, you actually are stronger in Tender Valley and Ghost Park. Ghost Park first boss is so bad. First of all, hey Jeffrey and hey Emily. Hope you're doing well. Second, apparently some people discovered how the children in Ghost Park work. The first wave of children targets the person who's the furthest away from them. So, like, they target whoever's furthest away, run through, and when they reach the other end, they target the closest person. So, like, furthest away, go over, closest. Alright, Emir, enjoy your evening. Yes, really, like someone, I think it was Aradel, shared a post from X, formerly known as Twitter, in the spoiler room on the Discord server, where they basically just showcased it. They had one person stand really far out and everyone else standing in the center, smack dab in the center. And you could see that in the first wave, all of the children that were closer to the one standing on the edge would run for the people in the center, and everyone else would just run for the person off on the edge. And the moment they reach their destination on the other side, they retarget and choose whoever's closest to them. And that's also the reason why, and I'm probably not the only one who had this experience, is that when the children run through the first time, they feel somewhat easy to dodge. Somewhat. I'm not, like, that's relative, right? But when they then run through, turn around and come back, it feels like they're always extremely close to hitting me. Which is probably because those that are really close to hitting me are specifically targeting me, whereas the ones that are about to hit me in the first wave, they're coming from, like, over in Narnia, because they're, like, I'm being targeted because I'm the furthest away. Yes, we're talking about the ghost dungeon. Will the community as a whole see it? Well, the thing is, knowing how the children target means that you can manipulate it. Now, how you would do that is a different story, and most of the players in your groups will not care. They'll just kind of wing it. But understanding how they work still helps you to play around it. You can kind of determine with more accuracy where they're going if you understand how they think. Right? Bold of you to assume you can get randos to coordinate that much. That's exactly what I mean. You can't. It's not happening. Did I say leveling? Or did I say high level dungeons? Does anyone remember? I think I said leveling. If I said leveling, then we're doing leveling first. Does anyone remember what I said? I'm pretty sure I said leveling. I said leveling, then we're doing leveling first. I've also gotten pretty good at dodging them. But what my biggest weakness in Ghost Park is that I have this thing where the fight will start. I'll be like, okay, remember to dodge the hat thing over your head. Remember it, Kai. Remember. That's okay, Lexi. We can swap, I guess. Oh, wait, that's going to be weird. We'll have to figure it out when we go. Sorry about that, Lexi. That's my bad. But my mistake is that I'll think about it really hard, and then, like, it'll take so long before the oh, right, I sheer scope. If you haven't finished Endwalker, this is kind of spoilery, but it's also kind of old at this point. But I'll make this mistake of, like, I'll get so caught up in it, and then when it finally happens, I've forgotten. Like, I forgot. It's too long. Takes too long before that mechanic happens, and I'll just forget. By the way, really random, but kinda nice. I think it's fine, Erdel, as it is. I think it's fine. Really nice quality of life for dancers that Tilana gives Esprit now. Like, I remembered that when I, like, a few times overcapped on it. Celestials feel so weird to call Ischiascope old, but then again, it's been 2.5 years. Has it only been 2.5? I thought it'd been 3. You know what I find weird? Doing, like, Trials Roulette and then getting Innocence and being like, oh yeah, I guess that is like 5 years old content at this point. Now that's the reason why I think 3 years. And that's true, Emily. That's kind of the difficult part, is that on the one hand, when is it reasonable to say that people have had ample opportunity to see it if they wanted to see it? And then again, there are always new players, and you might be a new player and you've been trying really hard to, like, actually get through the content. But as you said, it takes 300 hours to get to this point. That is difficult. Bro, Dawntrail has been out for months now. Like, if we count decimal points, then yeah. Rounded up, Dawntrail has been out for 2 months. If we round up. And exactly, Aradil, that's also part of the problem, is that you can say something is a spoiler, but to specify how much of a spoiler it is, you need to tell me what it is. And if you tell me what it is, then you've spoiled it for me. Which means that sometimes we just kind of have to just make a call and say, this isn't spoilery enough for it to matter. Like, this is good enough. Trick is to get spoiled early so you don't have to worry about that anymore. No. just get it over with. Just get it over with. I'll just open the book and, like, flip to the last page so I know what the ending is. Now you can't spoil me. But yeah, for me, The fact that Shadowbringers is more than one expansion old is really weird to me. PL says I'm getting close to 400 hours now, still in Shadowbringers. And see, that can also happen. I'm pretty sure Small Kai, we managed to clear the MSQ before the 300 hour mark. But it was actually pretty close. And the only reason why is because Small Kai only does the MSQ and mandatory job quests and nothing else. So like, yeah, I was of course not speedrunning, but I was exclusively doing mandatory content to progress the MSQ. And it still took me like nearly 300 hours. And yeah, if you start doing optional content, then the amount of hours it takes skyrockets. Like crazy fast. Oh, I'm good. You know what's really awkward about this dungeon? The next pull after this boss, there's no point using 2-minute burst. Because the pack dies exceptionally fast. Might as well just hold it until the next pack. But if you do that, I can't remember, I'm pretty sure that means that you absolutely won't have it for the boss. It's like your choice is waste your 2-minute burst on this pack. Or... and have it for the boss right at the start. Or save it and get a really nice burst on the trash pack. But then you don't get, like, then you get it late in the boss fight. I don't think it's a problem to get it late in the boss fight. Simply because, like, the boss fight will be long enough that you'll get one burst anyway. Look at that. Boy, I'm dead. 7.3 thousand hours. I think I'm pretty sure I have over a year of playtime. 444 days and 14 hours on this character. Rodro. Resource overcap time. Da, 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 da. We're too powerful, guys. What are we doing? What? I can't spend all of my resources. The pack is already dead. Now I feel stupid for saying that you could use your 2-minute burst on the next pack. A 10-second burst. Well. Celestial says I stuck with a free trial for like 3 hours. Yeah, that was kind of my experience. The story for me, I think I've said this many times before, but hey. Funny story, right? I started on Final Fantasy XIV on a free trial, back when the free trial was kind of meh. And I made a gladiator. That was not exactly super exciting back in Stormblood. I reached like level 18, didn't realize that the smith existed, so I was basically running around in the actual gear you're given as a gladiator. You know, like the speedos and the harness. Looked really weird. It was a catman. Then, after my session that day, I discovered that if you actually buy the game, you can be a cute lizard girl. So I bought the game the day after. Deleted my Catman. Made this character as an Arcanist. Enjoy work myself. Zarfin Games has good reason to buy. Yeah, you could be a lizard girl. This is this is spooky. We actually made it. I can't remember if I've ever killed that boss so fast that we skipped that one. I understand that, Emily. And a part of learning a job is also learning how to handle the job when it's, like, not perfect. By which I mean basically freestyling an opener because it isn't perfect in a dungeon. Like, that's a part of mastering the job. And that sometimes can also just be necessary knowledge, because sometimes in actual hard content, the boss will mess up your burst in some way or another. And it's also the fact that if you sit on all of your cooldowns all the time to make sure you have it for the opener on the boss, then the dungeon is going to take a really long time. Like a really long time. Relative to how long it would if you didn't do that. That's actually a good point, Gleaming. The callback to curtain call is very effective there, because you exactly go, wait a minute, but I can't hide anywhere. What do I do? So those players that paid attention back then would be a lot more aware that this is actually a problem. I remember Sinking Regret was possibly the scariest mob in this dungeon when I was soloing it on Warrior. Because you have to kite them if you pull big, and Sinking Regret just sometimes targets an infinite length cone AoE in your direction. So if you happen to find yourself in the wrong spot, then you could hit. You just finished? Fair enough. Yeah, again, sorry for mixing up the order. That's my mistake.
The stage is set.
Yeah, same, Emily. I have 2 Fantasias. Just all the free handouts, just collecting them. Got Hell's Lit. Well, that's a fun one. He's right. Fan Daniel sounds like the name of a Nintendo YouTuber. Hey y'all, Fan Daniel here. You're not wrong. Rise for the main attraction. Ah! Let the curtains rise for the main attraction. Yum yum yum. Give me all the esprit. Yum 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 yum. Nom.
What a boorish audience you are!
Oh boy. My, what a boorish audience you are. Is left. Hey Cyanide, hope you're doing well. Only gifted, yep. You see it, right? Whoa! That's amazing. Bronson says the Mexicans at work brought some of their candy today, and I gotta say, sugar with chili powder sure a different flavor than I'm used to. That does sound very weird. Peeps really went LB3 on the gift membership? Yes. I'm not sure if it's like a caster LB. It could also be like a healer LB almost. Kind of depends. Right, so I don't know what we do now, because now we have like a group of 4 that has already done their high level duty, and a group of 4 that has already done their leveling duty. So don't know if it makes better sense to just let the like do same groups and do high level dungeons, and then group 2 can do leveling dungeon. Does that work better? Like, I don't know how else to do this. Physical range there'll be, because that one needs some representation. Also, I see Ancient Monica's here. Another Lalafell. And Asmos here as well. I think same groups work. Assuming that everyone in my group still wants to do a high level. And then we can fix it after this. The burn. More Stormblood. More Stormblood! Up. Emily says, I think I've done this dungeon exactly once. It's a fun dungeon. Did you know that a warrior can solo this dungeon synced? It's true though. You always get the burn? I feel like it's been a while since I got the burn. Let's see, Gazel says sorry in game. I'm guessing there was something with tank stance. I noticed something was up with the enmity, but like, I mean, the problem was solved before there was any problem. Do the range will be still do enough damage on single target to be worth your time if you have no melees? I think so. I think so. I'm pretty sure. They do like it's been a while. Unless they've changed the formula in Dawntrail, I'm pretty sure it's like they do like 10% less damage than a mage LB. But that's like a conversation about opportunity cost. Mages have a tendency to do more like DPS with their filler and have more stuff going on in their filler. So they actually do slightly more damage with theirs. As people discovered, that the ranged LB actually does slightly less damage. There's also the part that the ranged LB also has a more specific shape, so it can be harder to hit everything. But again, let me put it like this. Unless the Black Mage really wants the LB, there's a very high chance that the Black Mage will just opt to not do it. They'd rather that the ranged physical does it. And the Black Mage might have better sustained AoE DPS than the ranged physical. Hence the opportunity cost conversation. Because that's what it's about. It's the reason why the mage LB needs to do more damage is because mages have a tendency to actually do more with that time where the LB would be happening. But just to be clear, for anyone now sitting there possibly thinking, so I should not use LB as a ranged physical. Wrong. You absolutely should. Most of the time, when it's about using an LB and it's up to a ranged physical or a mage, like, most of the time, you get more out of using it at the correct time than having the correct person use it. So if the mage doesn't do it when it needs to happen, then it's optimal that the ranged physical does it if they do it on time. So, like, no need to sit there and wait for the mage to do it. Just go for it. And yeah, also that, as Sanakana says, of course, make sure that the mobs are actually in line so you hit everything. Otherwise, it kind of misses a little bit. There's a really funny detail here. I believe the Charred Paladins are the ones doing a suck-in. Like, they pull you in. And they do that, like, naturally, they do this around the time where the Charred Dreadnought is about to finish its frontal cleave, given the option. So, like, these packs have synergy. Now you might be sitting there going, how do you know that? Well, you learn weird things about trash packs when you solo dungeons. But did you know that the first boss here is a... Wait, what did you say? A rare Stormblood boss that can be killed with Blue Mage's missile. No, I didn't know that, but I guess I should. I do remember that Zane Lionheart put out a video where he basically, one by one, showed every single boss. Almost every single boss in the game and went, this one can be killed, this one can be killed, this one can be killed, this one can be killed. It's very extensive. You should see it sometime. It's quite funny. It's so specific. And it's so, like, this particular one with the first boss being targetable by that is so specific that I could imagine that a lot of Blue Mages never bothered. Yeah. The latency got him. Hey, Shaq. Hope you're doing well. Anime Freak says, does Dawntrail feel like filler or fan service to you? Because it does to me. To me, it feels like a new story. And I believe the original inspiration for that story was Warrior of Light goes on vacation. Which I feel some part of it matches. Are you winning? Yeah, I would say so. Like right now, I'm winning. I would actually say I could be dead on the screen in game and I would still say yes. I won in the first 30 minutes of this stream. You can see in the top of the live chat why. What vacation unless you're small guy? Well, I mean, what kind of vacation would the Warrior of Light want? One of the funniest, like, action name pop-ups to me is when you use standard finish after doing 2 steps. Like, I can't unsee it. It says double standard finish. Like, hypocrisy finish is what I'm reading. I know that's incredibly stupid, but I think it's so funny. Double standard finish. Grass, snacks, and Netflix. That's what my Warrior of Light would like for vacation. Fair enough. You know what you like, Caetsu. Hey, Fel. Hope you're doing well. It would probably have been either Murfolk, Emir, or Vicels. Arcadian works as vacation. Ah, yes. It's written in the tooltip. Is it written in the tooltip? I don't think it says a double standard finish anywhere. That's what you mean. Pet trauma vacation. Oh no. No, my burst! Don't leave! Stay! My burst! Oh. Oh. Oh, I'm an idiot. Ow. Help. I wanted to attack the dragon head on the other end. Thank you. That would be pretty funny. Celestial, like, they just randomly, like, I don't know, like, M7 or something. And it's straight up Estinian. I had nothing better to do, so here I am. They even, hooked me up with, like, some dragon souls, so you know what's gonna happen. How they got those souls, don't ask. Just don't ask, you don't want to know. Hey! I just remembered that we didn't use any LB on the final trash pack. Ain't that something? We were actively talking about it. And we still didn't use it. We didn't have it. Did we not have it? Really? Huh. Well, fair enough, Cat. You tried. They farmed them from the coins of Bahamut with all the dragons in agony. I'm just mad. Yeah, that's actually the thing. I think I said that as well. Estinian basically got the vacation that the Warrior of Light was supposed to have. Enjoy, Celestial. Right. Now we can, meet up again. If you would like to join me for MSQ Roulette, come on over to me. Shaq's here. That player's already in another party. That player's already in another party. Naomi, you have to leave your group. Come on. You know, the best part about getting through all the 4-man content is that when we get to 8-man, then I don't have to, like, choose. There's a better chance that I can bring everyone. Like, this is my internet crashed. Ah. I hope it fixes itself. Internet crashing is like... It's like one step removed from PC crashing in annoyance. Because, like, often you don't know what the problem is. They don't even have to make a steady new soul to just Nidhogg again. Power cut mid-dungeon is the worst. That's also bad. Like, that's also up there. The reason why I really particularly I'm not big fan of internet crashing is because a lot of the time, or sometimes at least, it's crashed. It might be on your end. Oh boy. It might also not be on your end. And as long as you're sitting there and, like, your internet provider hasn't said anything, you have to assume that it's either on your end until you've tested everything, or you might have to assume that they don't even know there's a problem. And nothing's getting fixed until they know. That can also happen with power. There was, like, a few years ago, there was a power cut in basically... this entire quadrant that I live in, like, everything just went black. It was actually almost quite serene in a way, because what happened is, like, I'm just sitting here playing and then suddenly dead. Total darkness in, like, the winter-ish. Like, completely black. It was like 10 in the evening. And once I had determined that it wasn't just me, I came out, like, I took my phone, wrote to, like, the guy, like, my friend who lives just down the street, and was like, hey, you also don't have power, right? Yeah, true. Should we go for a walk? I came out of my apartment, and it was like I just saw all the other people nearby coming out of their apartments, like they were returning from hibernation or something, like the world, like, started moving again. It was quite funny. When he says, last night I did Extreme for the first time, found a group with some newbies like me and Proc to ice lightning in Extreme 1. Was great. Then in between instances, my internet died. Ah. Wait, you can go outside? Is that an option? Yeah, I've heard, like, that has happened in Denmark as well, Zaf. That, like, they've warned about power outages. In this particular case, it was, this was, like, unexpected power outage. Like, something went wrong, and, like, they fixed it within, like, an hour and a half. But the thing that was really scary was, like, for the first 20 minutes, you could see, like, a map where it said where the problem was, and the exact, like, little town area that I live in was not in the area that they said there were problems in. So I was like, do you not know that we don't have power? Do you need a light party for the outside? You might. And it got even weirder when, like, as they fixed things, like, my area got put on the list, and then it disappeared again. And I think the most scary part was when half of the town I live in, like, got power back. And I could just see that, like, the building that I live in, specifically, still didn't have power. I was like, oh no. Bronson says, I was progging Extreme 1-2 and lost internet after getting struck by lightning. Ah. The game, like, that is like a truly disaster. good I had a roof. Yeah, there's a recent stream where like... No, wait, that wasn't a stream, I think. Yeah, I was recording voice lines and like for a video, and I had to retry a bunch of like recordings. Like it was like a good 20 minutes where sometimes I just had to go again because you could hear the rumbling of thunder in the background, or you could hear the slapping of rain on my window. And it was me, despite me having like completely shut the window and everything, tried my best, could clearly hear it. Like I was like, well, I'll try to record, but who knows? Maybe the power just goes at some point. I don't like that outside game. It's too pay to win. You know what, Toby? I think you've you've nailed it right on the head. IRL, the game, is extremely pay to win. Hey, Mystic. Hope you're doing well. It's even worse because some people just like spawn with all the good stuff already. Like they just spawn in with all the best loot. They even spawn in with like someone to just carry them through the entire game. Final Fantasy XIV is pay to win if you know the right people. Yeah, illegally pay to win, but yes. I know, right? So impa. People are like, nah, you can totally free to play if you play carefully, and then you find out they had a whale friend give them a bunch of stuff. Yeah. Exactly. Oh no, real life is easy. Just don't spend all your money on avocado toast. How do you earn money? Well, my dad gives me money. I work hard for it. Like writing a few entries. Technically, Final Fantasy XIV speedrunning is pay to win. Well, only if that is recognized as not cheating, isn't it? But I guess yes. Green says, I've never spent money on avocado toast in my life. Me neither. Me neither. I don't know what it tastes like. If you're a member and go along for Extreme Stream, you're almost pay to win. Wait, how? What? How's that? Praetorium, the best dungeon in the game. That's really random, Phil. Yeah, some people just do that, I guess. And personally, I feel like I have a decent amount of gil in the game, but I don't quite have enough to just run up to someone and hand them 5 million gil just because. Why is Praetorium not a speedrun category? It kind of is. I'm pretty sure there is a speedrun category in how quickly you can reach the credits. It's just that, like, Final Fantasy XIV speedrunning isn't like, I might be wrong on that one, but I'm reasonably sure that it isn't exactly immensely popular. There's not that much interest in it. Partly because a speedrun of Final Fantasy XIV in any capacity is so insanely long that a lot of players just, they don't have that kind of time. Just Praetorian. I think there is a speedrun category. I think there's a speedrun category in like doing every dungeon. But I'm not sure how well like they've kept track of whether something is synced or unsynced for that. Which kind of defeats the point, right? Because more of a speedrun when it was 8 players. Yeah. Like there is something. You can kind of speedrun this. Nick says people would purposely kill their connection and disconnect mid-cutscene to start fighting Ultimate Weapon early and old. No, they didn't, Nick. They didn't even have to kill their connection. You know how they did it? I'm not going to demonstrate it, but I'll explain it to you. The way they did it is that they just Alt F4 the game, just close it, and then just open it again. And if you had like your settings low enough and your computer was fast enough, you could close the game, open it again, log in and everything faster than the cutscene. Hey Daniel, hope you're doing well. Solo, do, cooperative, and synced are all separate categories for the dungeon speedruns. Thank you. And yeah, actually that is true, as Ariel says. It does actually help to like the streams. So the support is very much appreciated. But that does track. I couldn't remember exactly how much there was. I do remember that when I checked like speedrunning categories for Final Fantasy XIV, there was an insane amount of categories to the point where it's like, where do I even start? Like, where do you start with that much? And that's actually a similar problem to like, it's like if you have like a competitive game, and the they split up the competitive environment in too many categories, then it becomes really hard for people to find other players. So if you have a game, like a game that isn't super popular, well known for speedrunning, and then you have a ridiculous amount of categories of speedrunning, then you basically like spread out the community so far that there's like, and this is of course exaggeration, but like 5 people in each category just fighting over who's the best. And then maybe there's one category that prevails. Like a particular one that I think is very popular. Specifically, yeah, as Zarf says, the A Realm Reborn speedrun. Which is make a character, do the MSQ, and finish, like, reach credits, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure that's, like, reach the credits. So it's, like, up to and including Porta de Comana, I'm pretty sure. And if I remember correctly, one of the tricks people employ to do that is, I'm pretty sure that they, like, I haven't looked too far into it, but I'm pretty sure they use Conjurer, so they make a character as Conjurer, and they don't do their job quests or class quests. Which of course means that they just kind of have to get by. Like, they just have to hope that that's good enough. According to Zarf here, the record on A Realm Reborn speedrun is like 13 hours. But that's exactly it, Brontome, is that you had, like, if the record is 13 hours, like, practicing this is going to take, like, your first try is probably going to, like, when you're, like, figuring out everything, is probably going to take, like, 48 hours or something like that. And then as you start to learn the tricks, you're like, oh, and then you get it down to, like, 20 hours. But that's exactly it. Like, that's also why, like, games that are much more popularly speedrun, or speedran, I guess, I would imagine, I don't know, but I would imagine that they have a tendency to have, like, a shorter length. Like, a game that has, a record speedrun of, like, an hour without too many glitches. Like, even if the actual game played properly, slowly through, takes days, if the speedrun is like an hour, then that means that you can be like, well, if I run it as fast as I can probably finish it in a day. And that does mean that, like, you will see immediate progress, whereas with a speedrun that takes over half a day, means that if you're not, like, on the ball, it will spill over to day 2 for you. Yeah, exactly, Bronto. Same wavelength. There's also the part that... And personally, I think we've talked about this before, actually. Originally, people started speedrunning Final Fantasy XIV, like, that particular category, before duty support was an option. So you kind of just had to accept that when you queued for dungeons, you just had to take what you were given, right? But with duty support now... My perspective, and now that's really easy for me to say because I haven't done any speedruns on that. I've done slow walks, as you know. But I would say that with duty support as an option, it makes very good sense to go like, well, you have to complete it with NPCs in all duties where that is an option. And yeah, also that I believe that's also a category, like 4-man pre-made. So that you can, like I believe the 4-man pre-made, you have to do the duties in that group. But you can do that. And that of course means that instead of being in the situation where you can just be like, well, I'll just be a conjurer and hopefully it'll work out. You get to choose your group. But now... you have to be like, well, does the tank need to do their class quests? Do the DPS need to do their class quests? Do we save more time by them doing that than we lose? And if they're doing that anyway, since they'll fall behind on the MSQ, might as well have the healer do it as well, right? But by having duty support as an option, like, at least to me, it starts to get a little harder to fairly defend going like, well, I'm doing these dungeons as a conjurer because I'm speedrunning. Yeah, but you're kinda affecting the rest of the group. Like, the people who absolutely is not signed up to participate in your speedrun, they just happen to... Lololololo. Just delaying his tank buster. All 3, sorry. But if instead the requirement was you have to do it with duty support, then not only does that mean that you're not, like, affecting other people who didn't sign up to join, but it also means that the performance of everyone else in the group is consistent. Like, that's the thing, is that if you're speedrunning Final Fantasy XIV in this way, you could be lucky that you randomly queue into 3 really good players or 3 really bad players. And if you get 3 really bad players, well, now your run is ruined. You just have to try again. But if it's duty support and everyone is playing on that playing field of saying, well, it's duty support or bust, then now you can guarantee that no one is having, like, the lucky break. Clearly the Gladiator in Void Ark was just a 100% all duties runner. I have heard stories of players that, for the lols, go like, nah, I'm only playing classes, not jobs. Like, as some sort of challenge. I think we've talked about that before when I did, like, the twist streams, where like we did dailies and stuff, where I had to do something specific, where my limit was I'm not going to do something that clearly isn't a challenge for me. It just becomes a challenge for everyone else. Like, for example, if I have to do a duty, like if I had to do a level 100 duty as a marauder instead of a warrior, that's not harder for me. I can't, like, I just have less buttons. The healer just has to work harder now. That's like the real challenge. Like, the twist there would have been I have to play healer and everyone else in my group don't have job crystals. Like, that would be a challenge. The 5-button challenge stream was fun. Yes, and see, that also works because that's not a challenge, like, that's a challenge for everyone. And because it is a challenge for everyone, like, if it had only been me who had 5 actions, then it would just mean that, like, it would just be the stream where you have to carry me. But by saying everyone is limited to this, it means that it's our collective problem. No, you misunderstand, Kai. You have to play healer, and everyone, including you, cannot use job stones. Like, that would also be a challenge, but that's exactly it, is that if the challenge isn't impactful enough, then it just means that the rest of the group can carry, and if they can, they automatically have to. Will you do the 5-button challenge again after getting all classes to 100, since there have been some changes to some classes that may affect the buttons chosen? Probably. Like, once I've finished leveling jobs, then there's a reasonable chance that we'll do something else with Dailies Hangout streams, just to, like, make it interesting. And 5-button challenge was one of, like, was really funny. That one was really funny. Pictomancer sounds funny with 5. You know what? Pictomancer and Viper straight up feel like cheating if you get, like, in a low-level dungeon or something. A 5-button challenge. It's like... like, you... 5-button challenge, you land in a Keeper of the Lake. What buttons are you choosing, Viper? Let's see. I'm choosing... Steel Fangs... Reaving Fangs, Steel Maw, and Reaving Maw. Right, so what's your 5th button? 5th button? Writhing Snap, I guess? Because you don't have anything else at that level. Faint? Maybe. Should I choose a roll action? Actually, can I choose Sprint? I guess I'll choose Sprint. Maybe Slither. Exactly. Pictomancer would be a little more hard-pressed, because they could be like, I choose Fire and Red. Should I choose the AoE version too? Nah, it kind of sucks. I'll just choose the single-target version. And then, like, you need 3 buttons to choose striking, like, to actually make striking muse work, because you need to choose the steel motif, and you need to choose striking muse, and then also hammer stamp. Like, that's too expensive if you only have 5 buttons. So you could use 2 for living muse to function, and now you have Fire and Red living muse online, and then you have, like, I guess you could choose Fire and Red 2, or Fire 2 in Red, because you don't have anything else to choose, and you could choose, like, Smudge. Like, at level 50 specifically is, like, what I'm thinking of right now, but, like, if we went to level 100, you're, like, suddenly in the case of, if you only had 5 buttons on Pictomancer, would you choose Subtractive Palette? Like, you could go something like Fire and Red, Blizzard and Cyan, Subtractive Palette, Comet in Black. And then what? Blizzard 2 in Cyan? Choose sleep. Also, hey Perrin, hope you're doing well. On high level, Pictomancer's anything but not cheating. You have to choose which part of your burst you want. Every muse is 3 buttons, and subtracted palette is at least 2 buttons. Yeah, that is true. At low level, Pictomancer would still have to choose Morg of the Ages separately. Does choosing a fire spell give you access to the green and blue variants because you can't click off the buff? The way that we've done 5 buttons challenge is, if the button turns into something else, that's allowed. To give a clean example, and given that this mechanic has been added in Dawntrail, I would say buttons that you can choose to make turn into another button are also allowed. Like, that's going to be the assumed rule that you do that. Like, if the game allows them to automatically turn into one another, then that's like the exception that is allowed. But that would mean, like, as a clean example, if a warrior chooses Fell Cleave and Infuriate, when they use Infuriate, Fell Cleave turns into Ain of Chaos. That's allowed. Now it's you're clicking Fell Cleave, incidentally, it just happens to be Ain of Chaos. You're not choosing 5 actions, you're choosing 5 buttons. And that's also why one of the rules has always been macros are illegal. Because otherwise some smart guy would just be like, well, then I choose this macro that does my 1, 2, 3 combo somehow. Chosen buttons should not be allowed, in my opinion, as they're intended as separate buttons. They're really not. As you can see, they're basically designing the buttons to function together. It's just that they are giving you the option to split them apart. Like, as I see it, because they're toggled by default, we should assume that it's an option that you can split them, if you like. That's my perspective. There's also the part that the jobs that have many of these have a tendency to not exactly need to have this extra barrier. Like, Viper doesn't have this mechanic, and Pictomancer doesn't have... I don't think Pictomancer has this mechanic. I'm pretty sure they just have it baked in, don't they? Like, their buttons are just naturally turning into the buttons they need to turn into. Whereas it's more like the old jobs getting like some sort of quality of... an optional quality of life. Can you play with those buttons separately if that's just your preference? I would say no. Like... you like the rule, like I can't police whether people are actually doing that, but the rule is, and you probably have seen this on those streams, I actually take a picture of my hotbar so that I can remake it, and then I delete all of the buttons, put the 5 buttons that I want on the hotbar, and then like I switch to... Like, this was the UI I used for that challenge. When I think this was the 6 button challenge. So, like, I just put the 5 buttons there. And then remove everything else. There you go. 5 button challenge. Like, that would be the way I would say it. But, of course, I can't, like, rule that. The way that I did rulings on it was mainly that I wrote down what actions you said you were going to use, and then we try to pay attention so people don't accidentally cheat or intentionally cheat. Ronsom says, if it's no when it's split, I feel it's intellectually inconsistent to be able to use. I'm just saying that every single job... Does this one have one? Nope. Does this one have one? Like this, for example, you could say, well, they were separate buttons, but I'm just saying that the first time I logged in, this was enabled. So it feels like they've decided that that's the default setting. So that's the default setting. That's how I view it. And as I said, it doesn't actually change much. Like, important thing to note, just Bronto, just an important thing to note. let's take Gunbreaker as an example. I recall that, so Gunbreakers, they would have to choose Royal Guard if they want the tank stats. I believe most tanks, the way we made them function was primarily by like choosing the AoE combo as a resource generator, and then like maybe having a single target finisher, but that's what we're talking about. Like, on 5 buttons, no tank chose their burst button. And the fact you also get Sonic Break or Goring Blades does not change that. The button isn't better for it. Like, it doesn't add anything. Like, that's part of the reason why I'm like, I think it's fine. Because for what job would that actually change anything? Like, is there any job where being allowed to go, well, if you choose Searing Light, then you also get Searing Flash? Would that make you choose Searing Light? Probably not. If you choose Wanderer's Minuet, you also get Pitch Perfect. Does that change anything? Probably not. You might choose Wanderer's Minuet. You'd probably just not choose Bard. Like, to be perfectly honest. Like, that's kind of the way that I see it. And as I said, the jobs that don't have this option at all... Actually, there's one on Pixelmans, but the jobs that don't have the option don't need it. Like, they like, the jobs that don't have it don't care, and the jobs that have that feature, most of them would be like, and? Like, they'd still be bad. Like, they'd be worse off if they chose them, right? You might be able to skip tank stands with the AoE increased enmity. Welcome back, Celestial. Possibly. I only tested it extremely briefly, but I'm pretty sure that the increased enmity on the AoE combo is only double. Like, it's not like times 5 or 7 or something. It's just times 2. You're not picking Wanderers at level 50. No. I meant like in general. The level 50 thing was mainly like Pictomans on Viper, especially Viper, because it's like at level 50, like this is your package. These 6 buttons and this. It's like you're probably not choosing your ranged filler. And you're probably not choosing this unless you need nothing else. So you can choose your full single target and your full AoE combo and still have like an extra button. What are we talking about? We're talking about the 5-button challenge. This is something we did a while back. Also, hey Raika, hope you're doing well. Because I just never understood how it's okay for the 1-2-3 combo to be 1 button in PvP but not PvE. I think it's just that in, like, see, this is the thing. It's a difficult conversation, but in my opinion, in PvP, your 1-2-3 combo rarely matters. In PvE, it's actually reasonably important for some jobs where you are in your 1-2-3 combo. Like, there it really matters. So, like, they make it feel more impactful by being more than 1 button. But in PvP, like, I haven't played Warrior that much in PvP, but are you actually, like, in a fight going like, oh, my next combo step is Storm's Path, that's important. That it's my opener for this burst. Beep Boop says, not that I know anything about this challenge, but wouldn't it be really easy for something like Pixelmans or Viper as they're so condensed? Yes, and that's exactly what we're talking about. Like, my exact example was, if you were choosing Viper and you go into level 50 duty, you have 6 choice, like, you have a total of 12 buttons, and you're not choosing any of these unless you have to. So you're choosing these 4, and then you just have 1 extra one. Like, you just have an extra button and be like, what I'll choose. If you go into level 60 dungeon, you choose these 4 and Serpent's Tail. Boom, done. You go into level 70 dungeon, honestly, you're probably choosing those 5 still. Like, I don't actually know what level. Even at level 100, I don't know if you choose anything else than these 5 buttons. Like, if you go into a raid or a trial, you don't choose these 2. But you don't have space for the, like, the OGCDs on your glaive combo. So, and without your glaive combo, your twin blade combo, you can't really use Uncoiled Fury. And, like, I mean, you could choose like this and Serpent's Tail and Reawaken and then just go first generation, first legacy, second generation, second legacy, first generation, first legacy, like back and forth on that a few times so that you have something. You could do that. And you could also choose Serpent's Eye as you could do it an extra time. It's important for PvP Monk. That's true. But I feel like that's more like the exception. Like for most... Like there's also Samurai in PvP. They also have a little bit there. And hello, Beep Boop. I do recognize you. Is that not you? I did see you. Hope you're doing well. But yes, Vibrant... Pictomancer not as much. Pictomancer actually has like this problem where it's like super condensed, yes. You choose Fire and Red. And Subtractive Palette. And Blizzard in Cyan. And Comet in Black? Something like that. Congratulations, you have one button left. What are you choosing? Probably not one of your motifs, because you need the motif and the muse and potentially Hammer Stamp. Like, Pictomancer is really condensed, but in the worst way. Like, in the worst way possible. Like, it has the same... Exactly, it has the same problem as Summoner. Summoner in the 5-button challenge actually sucks, because it can't really do everything. Like, you choose Ruin and summon Bahamut, maybe. Are you choosing any of these? Are you choosing these? Pictomancer has kind of the same problem. But Viper would be insane. Like, I think you could actually get really far by just choosing your filler combo and nothing else. Also, hey Darth, hope you're doing well. Anyway, the next thing we're doing is Frontline. If you'd like to join for Frontline, come on over to me. We might have to make multiple groups. Let me just do this. Yeah. I do think we have to make multiple groups. Does anyone want to lead the second group? So the way we do this is that I usually, like if we have multiple groups, is that I call out a time, Eorzea time, where I will queue. If you queue at the same time as me, assuming not just one of our groups like get the queue pop immediately, that sometimes happens, but sometimes doesn't. If we can both get into the queue at the same time, there's like a extremely high chance that we'll land in the same match. Now, whether we end up in the same group is a different story, but we'll land in the same match. I'm assuming that there could be a second group here, but I don't know if anyone has taken the lead. Is Ham taking the lead? There's of course also there's both the advantage and disadvantage of not being on my team. The advantage is that I have a tendency to lose when I PvP on stream, in my experience. And that means that you're not on my team, means there's a better chance that you're winning, because I'm not. There's also the advantage that you have the opportunity to kill me. The disadvantage is, of course, that recently I've been playing Ninja in PvP. And I'm pretty good at that. Let's see, I'll do a ready check. Is Team 2 also ready? Now Kai plays Snipe the Viewer. I don't. And that's the thing, is that I don't like... I explained this yesterday because we did frontline and we had 2 groups. And I think Emir felt like I was targeting them. I was not. I just saw machinist and attacked the machinist because they're squishier than a warrior. Group 2 is ready. I will queue when it says 12:30. Playing Nin biting thumbnail? What do you mean, Gazu? I am actually pretty decent at Dancer. I just... in frontline, it's not super baiting thumbnail. Well, I also did Viper as the expert roulette. I'm leveling Dancer, which I'm still doing if I switch to Ninja in frontline. So technically, not bait. I'm still leveling Dancer. Cyanide says, if I see you, it's on site, no hard feelings. I don't know. Go ahead. I can take it. I almost expect it. Stab says, I got burn again on mental roulette. Well, is the burn bad? I even have pink hat, so you can find... Oh, we have a Sipinaradel over here. The surprise group 3. I just remembered it's Shatter. Shatter day. Phil says, I wonder where Pictomans and Viper actually sit on how strong they are in frontline. I've played both a bit. I might not be the best judge. Viper feels like it wants to do the exact same thing that Ninja wants to do. But in my experience, it just feels like Ninja does it better. Like, it feels like Viper fills the precisely exact same niche as Ninja does. It's just that Ninja does it better. Pictomancer is very bursty, but it feels like it has a lot of setup. Like, so it's like some sort of weird bursty mage version of Machinist. Well, guess we got stood up for the party. The 2 other teams decided to not fight us. Player versus pillar. I mean... yeah, the way that it works, Bitsfox, is that the job that you enter the queue with is the one that gets the XP. So the story behind why I specifically target squishies as a ninja in frontline is that ninja has the firepower to kill a squishy by just like running up to them, doing a lot of damage, and then using like Raiju, stun them so that they can't heal up. And if they happen to be like in the threshold for LB, then you just click limit break. Like then you just kill them. Like if they didn't heal fast enough, then you stun them and then you finish them, and there's nothing they can do at that point. It's just too late. But you can't do that with a tanky boy. So you just don't try. If you have the option to attack a squishy as a ninja, you don't bother with the tanky boys. This is a very awkward position to be in. That was really weird. That was really weird. That you might be wondering why I took that long road, but I was just trying to get back to safety, and I realized that first I was outside blue, then I was outside yellow, and I was like, I just need to get back to red. I just want to go home. I don't know. I'm not quite sure. I guess my team is over here. I wonder if the thing we discovered in Mythbusters, where Meteor Drive on Monk is like, oh yeah, if you have your if the opponent is using guard, then they don't take extra damage. But the fact that you're using Meteor Drive actually like disables guard. Ah, shucks. Which means that like extra clause that it's like, well, if they are guarding, then it doesn't do extra damage, is completely meaningless, because the action of using guard cancels, or the action of using Meteor Drive cancels guard. The weirdest discovery ever is like Meteor Drive, like, oh yeah, it does less damage if the person is guarding because it instead like cancels the guard. But it cancels the guard by default. So it doesn't actually work. I don't know if they fixed that. No, Phil, the thing is they take X damage if they're guarding, double that if they're not guarding. It turns out, I demonstrated this on Mythbusters, it will still do 24 if they're guarding, because it checks if they're guarding after the Meteor Drive stun stops you from guarding. That's the weird thing. It sounds completely nonsensical, and it sounds like that can't be right. But that's how it works. I tested it on footage. It's absolutely absurd. And it sounds like it shouldn't work like that, but for some reason it does. Exactly, it cancels the target's guard, well, it does 12k damage, cancels the target's guard, and then checks if the target is guarding. And it's obviously not guarding, because it cancelled it. Ow. But hey, worth it, right? Worth it. The big ninja yoink. I'm just gonna take these 2 kills here. It's mine! My kill! Mine is the path! Mine is the path! Mine is the path. Mine is the power. This power befits me. Boom. Mine is the... Well, we need to get to some of those crystals. Bye. There is no miracle. That's spooky. Nope. No thanks. I die though. Bye. Finish him. Whoop boop. And boop. Ah. Mine is the ow. Can you not that? I think yellow might win. You see what I mean? With me going, I just look for the squishy. I run into the enemy, see, oh, there's a summoner there, and then I just ignore the dancer that takes less damage. Don't care. Not interested. People tell me you get more XP for winning. I think like a small bit more. But it doesn't really matter that much. I shouldn't be using Fork Raiju on that. It's really stupid. And like a small amount, I'm pretty sure the XP is mostly the same though. Yeah, we have to hope that wait, was there another crystal there? Is yellow was just bullying blue in the mid? Just bullying blue for no reason. What? Yeah, nope. You guys do that. We have to stop the crystal. They're getting 200 points from that. Nope. Stun for you. What's blue doing here? What are they doing here? I feel like that dance is going to limit break. Oh, okay. Now Blue's here again. Hello. Yeah, I had a feeling. I shouldn't get that close. That was very painful. We might still be able to turn this around. I think, yep, yellow won just at the end. That was still a good match. Blue stopped playing to win after being at 0 points like 5 minutes in. Yeah, that's understandable. That's understandable. I have been in matches where, like, the underdog, who basically just got bashed into the ground for, like, half of the match, somehow turned it around and won. But that's, like, one time, or maybe twice. And it requires, it basically requires that both of the other teams, are making a catastrophic mistake for you to do that. I had the same damage as Kai, but 1 kill. Yeah, you know, being able to just do /kill command on enemies has a weird effect on your damage output. There are some times where I've killed a player from like 49% HP. So I basically did like after damage reduction, or where actually, yeah, after damage reduction, like 40k, like 30k damage, but it just does 0. Zaiton Tenshu, it does 10,000 damage. 12,000 damage, actually. But I'm pretty sure it does 0 damage if the person is below 50%. Like, if it's below 50%, it just sets your HP to 0, if possible. Like, if you're not a Paladin with Hallowed Ground active, or a Dark Knight with, what's this called? Hey, Emir. Hope you're doing well. But that has that effect. Multiple times I've had matches where, like, I had Battle High 5 as Ninja for the majority of the match, and like I had impressive damage, but considering the amount of kills I had, it wasn't that crazy, because most of my kills was just boop, dead, boop, dead. Like you saw in the match, there were times where it just ran into like a bunch of people and was like yoink, yoink, teleport out. Just steal kills right out of them. Ninja and PvP is BS. It absolutely is. But you had the choice between being mad about it or just joining the fray. Just like Dark Knight is kind of BS. I was also the warrior who just used Primal Rend on you randomly and just ran away. I would have killed Kai and Mid if he didn't have Shikuchi up. I want you to know that some ninjas use Shikuchi aggressively, like as in they'll use it to chase someone down who's getting away. There was one time in this match where I was about to do that, and despite that, like, I don't do it. I basically save Shikuchi as an escape method all the time. Because it's simply too dangerous to run around without it. Like, you'll also see that I'm playing a lot more carefully during the cooldown of Shikuchi. I mainly play Ninja in PvP because Ninja, nearly all of its toolkit is ranged, but it has a 50% damage reduction built in. Like, it's basically like playing a ranged job, but you also get the benefits of being a melee. It's best of both worlds. And then the limit break is also hilarious. Like, if you're having trouble building battle high because you have a hard time finishing off kills, Ninja might be a job to learn. And my biggest tip for that, because a lot of people, like, Emir says Ninja in PvP is BS, but you know what ninjas think? They think that Recuperate is BS. It's so often when you're learning Ninja that your limit break just goes because the person you were LBing just managed, like, they click Recuperate like a fraction of a second before you click limit break. Now it doesn't count. Sometimes you even clicked first, but before the game processed that you clicked first, it had already gone, well, they have more than 50% HP, and then nothing happens. The way you fix that is, if, like, most of the time you'll see that I start my LB chain with Raiju, like, run up, stun someone, oops, they're below 50%, and they're stunned, so I LB them. They can't heal during the animation log of LB, because they're stunned. So that also means that I know to hold it if they purify, and then they start healing. But by starting your kill chain on a stunned target, you're certain that, like, whatever HP they have, the only way it can change is if there's, like, a white mage off screen being like, cure 2 or something, which drastically decreases the chance of failure. And then you also see that once I have the LB going, I start getting extremely hyper-focused on killing the second person, and then the third person. And the instant that my LB runs out, I suddenly go, I don't care. I'm like bursting as hard as I can to get someone below 50%. And if they're above that, like, I'm trying as hard as I can. The second that my LB runs out, even if they're below 50%, there's a chance that I'll just be like, okay, and then just run away. Do people actually use Q in PvP? I don't see it much, but they do have it. And it's free, yeah. And in frontline, relatively speaking, Cure 2 is more potent because that heals you 12k HP, but if you use that on, like, a tank or a melee, they take 50% less damage from basically everything. And when I say basically everything, I think last week I told you all about how scholars can put bio on a squishy player and then deployment tactics it, and the 25% damage reduction version of bio that came from the squishy player will actually get copied wholesale to the tanky player. So you can do more damage to tanks and melees by doing that. But aside from that, when you heal a tanky player like a melee or a tank, Cure 2 is effectively healing 24k. Like, it'll heal for 12k, but those 12k will, like, prevent 24k. And that's also true. Cure 2 sounds kinda garbage when you realize that it heals 3k less than Recuperate. So Chaiji, well, actually, Bronto, back when I originally started streaming more, the regular Tuesday stream was, initially, it was ranked Crystalline Conflict. And that faded out one night when the queue just wouldn't pop. Like, straight up, it wouldn't pop. So I had to do Frontline instead. And then it switched over to, like, Tuesday Frontline stream. And then eventually it just switched to something else. Hey, Obama. Hope you're doing well. The healing in PvP isn't particularly amazing, but the thing that actually makes it strong is the spot healing potential. It's the spot healing potential. Cure 2 is garbage compared to recuperate, but if someone is like basically crawling away from death and they're basically holding guard, they can't heal themselves, but you can heal them. Which means you might be able to save them. I've actually, speaking of ninja, I've sometimes saved party members with Meisui. Not the heal over time part, who cares about that? The 8k heal has sometimes been enough that someone actually got away from a fight they were going to die. Because they were guarding and then I healed them. And if they're like near death, they use guard. While they're holding the guard, that extra 8k HP is worth 80k while they're crawling away. And that might just be enough for the enemies to run out of steam. So like, that's where spot healing from healers really shine, is to save someone. It's not for like general healing, it's for spot healing. And enjoy, Obama. I think it was either Ymir, Merfolk, or Vicels. They more likely Merfolk or Ymir. On a different note, let's not get too caught up in PvP. If you'd like to join me for Trials Roulette, come on over to me. Me, like an hour ago or something. I love it when we get to the 8-man duties, because then I can bring everyone. Now we're 10. Actually, we're 12 in my garden. Do we have an 8th person that want to join? You have space for one more. Healing isn't super strong except Atlo. Actually, Atlo, like, turbo sucks. Like, supremely turbo sucks. Oh boy. I can't bring both Lexi and Cyanide. Bruh. I just realized that there were actually 13 here. And then Ymir ran. Now I have to choose between Monica and Lexi. The thing is with Adloquium is that what makes it insane is that it makes you do 8% more damage. In PvP. I have one space, and I want to bring you both. How can you like turn into one person so I can bring you both? Can you also like grab Ymir in that merge? Like, what do I do? I guess that also works. I think Ymir's also making a trials group. I think. Yeah, in PvP, I believe Adloquium, it heals for like kind of a pathetic amount. But it applies a shield. And it makes you do 8% more damage. Which actually means that it's a lot more common that you'll see the Scholar, like, as they're running up to you, they'll be like, Adloquium on myself, expedient, you see like that burst of wind, which makes them run faster. That also makes their bio do 50% more damage. If you're a squishy, they're like coming for you because they want to start the Black Death on you. If you see they're targeting you, you want to run away from your team because they're going to go bio deployment tactics, and then that Giga Dot is going to originate from you.
It's going to be a long
What?
night.
I messed it up. Why did I do that? Why did I do it in that order? Why did I do that? For some reason, my brain was like, right, you finished the dance. Now use Devilment. Yes, Redlow's great in PvP. The only reason why scholars are often stingy with it is because it only works on their party, and their party might not be nearby, and they basically need their to use their deployment tactics on cooldown to be able to deploy, to spread the plague every time bio is available. Why do scholars do the big Adlo spread on themselves instead of the tank in dungeon pulls? Some of them do it because they're sure that they themselves will not run away while they're casting it. But usually I see them do it on the tank. Some of them also do it because if they want to spread it, they want to be sure that the original shield doesn't take damage before they spread it. And if they put it on the tank while the tank is tanking, then the shield will take damage before they can... it'll take damage before they can deploy it. Sometimes. But it's complicated, because if the shield is a crit, then the catalyze that goes on top actually protects the galvanize underneath. It's quite funny. Sage shield goes original shield first. Scholar shield goes crit shield first. The reason why that makes perfect sense is because the Sage wants the original shield to break first, so that they can get their Adder Sting. Scholars want their crit shield to break first, or rather, they don't really care which one breaks first most of the time, but if they care, then it's because they want to deploy... Whoops, I wasn't in range. Then it's because they want to deploy their shield, and then they want the crit shield to break first, so that it can protect the normal shield, so they can deploy it nicely. Yep. There is an explanation for why they do it, Obama. It's not great, because a lot of the time it kind of wastes some value by doing that. But it kind of makes sense. I just realized what you meant now, Aerodil. That's how Puppet's Bunker's final boss came to be. Just merge the entire community. Instead of Mega Sword, we make Mecha Sword. Whip. Yeah, Scholar is weird in PvP because in terms of frontline and securing kills, it's actually garbage. It's absolutely trash. It's not capable of securing kills. Not really. It has the cough where it just reduces healing received on the enemies in front of you, but it's melee range almost. So you can't really secure a kill with that. But it makes everyone else do more damage, and everyone who's received your dot does less damage, and also they lose a quarter or more of their HP over the duration. So... Uh-oh. Oh, me! No! So over the duration, they basically, if you get your Adlo shield up on your party in a Crystalline Conflict match, for example. If you get your shield up on your entire team in a Crystalline Conflict match, and you get your dot up on the entire enemy team, then your team is doing 8% more damage, and the enemy team is doing 8% less. Your team also has 15% more HP or something to that effect, something like that. Maybe 10% more. I can't remember how big the shield is exactly. And the enemy team is taking like a third of their HP or more over the duration of the dot. It's like it makes a massive power difference. It adds a massive power difference, but it doesn't really do anything in the immediate present, which has this effect of making the job feel incredibly underwhelming. It's extra funny in frontline when there's like a lot of scholars, because if you have a group of 4 scholars running around together, if they all put their dot on one person and spread from there, those 4 dots will be like just before battle high and damage reduction and all that jazz. Like just out the box with expedience on all of the on all of the casts. Uh-oh, this is going to hurt. It'll do... I'm sorry, by the way, Agent Monica. It'll do 90,000? 22.5 per scholar. And that's not even counting the 8% from the Atlo buff. But it'll do like 90,000 damage. Then there's the Atlo damage buff and the damage reduction from frontline. But basically, out the box, those 4 bios will kill anything. Anyone on the field will just die if they get the dot. And the only way you can dodge that is, of course, run away, heal yourself, because you can live it. But you're going to be taking, like, ticks of, like, 18k damage. So you have to act fast. And if anyone is following up on that dot, then you're dead. Beep Boop says, what's the point of reprise in the Red Mage's kit? It's intended as a last resort filler if you can't stand still. What's up, Ymir? If you can't stand still, you can cast that instead of anything else. We got recognized? What do you mean? How do you mean? Oh! That's pretty funny. It says there was someone in their group that recognized them. I think I played with that person yesterday. That's pretty funny. I completely forgot what I was talking about now. Right, reprise. The way you use it is you can use it if no other... Like, if you can't stand still and you don't have swift cast or acceleration or something, or a melee combo ready, then you can use reprise because it's better than nothing. It's, you know, it's like Scathe. It sucks, but it's better than nothing. You can also use it if you've mistimed your rotation and Flesh or Contra Sixth will come off cooldown, like, at the wrong time. But I'm actually pretty sure that choosing to use reprise in that moment is a bigger damage loss than letting Flesh or Contra Sixth sit 1 extra GCD. Like, it's that bad. It used to not suck as much. The long story short on reprise is that before Endwalker, a melee combo for Red Mage cost 80 of both types of mana. Reprise served the exact same purpose and had the same cost of 5 of each. You can see the difference is that in Endwalker, they reduced the amount of mana you need for melee combo to 50, and they nerfed most of your mana generators to match. For some reason, they didn't nerf the Thunder 2 or the Arrow 2, which is why they give so much, relatively speaking. But they nerfed the amount of... Like, they basically nerfed the amount... They buffed the amount of mana you needed for a melee combo by 37.5%, and they nerfed the amount of mana generated by most of your toolkit by somewhere around like 35 to 40%, depending on the action. So, Reprise stayed... Basically, imagine that the value of mana increased and Reprise's cost stayed the same. Relatively speaking, it is now more expensive. Yeah, the Scathe. It's kind of like that. It has specific times where it has its time in the sun, but most of the time it's just bad. Next up, we're doing normal raids. I don't know if we should do some like cycling. Normally we haven't had to do that, but now we're like a lot of people, so I don't know if we should do that. Mana inflation. Is there anyone that doesn't mind cycling so that the people get to join for normal raids? Emir says I'll lead group 2. So there'll be 2 groups. The group 2 will just be smaller. Do it like that then. Wait, did I lose 2 players? Oh, Cat also left. I thought I had 8. I guess this also works. We don't have to be 8 and then like 3. I don't know what to do right now. Sunlight, you could join Emir. Would you really like to join this group? What will finish first? My Alliance raid or Kai's normal raid? That is a good question. I guess this works. What Alliance raid did you get, Phil? Philippe says at least it doesn't suck as much as Scathe to Reprise. You know, I would actually argue that Reprise sucks more than Scathe. Scathe has a time where it is usable. Reprise is bad. Like, Reprise is bad on a good day. Like, on its best day, it sucks. On Scathe's best day, you're like doing Sastasha. And you don't have anything else. Like, you don't have any better options. So Scathe is actually kind of good, relatively speaking. What? We had this one yesterday too. What? That's weird. Why? I'm not gonna complain. This is probably a little bit more entertaining than like Alexander Mob Rush. You know the one. A2N. You also get to use your toolkit here. Scathe should have been what turns into Paradox. Given the way they've decided to make Ice Paradox work, I could see it. It would be interesting if they had done that. Because that would also mean that you have the option. I don't know why you would, but you would have the option to use Fire 1 or Blizzard 1 instead. But I don't know why you would. At least Reprise has a cool animation. That almost makes it worse. Like in my book, if you have a super awesome looking attack, but it sucks, then it means you can't use it. You don't get to use it because it sucks. And I would also say Scathe. I know Scathe has a really, really, like, minimalistic animation. But it looks great. And it sounds great. Like, I would say Scathe is really nice. Like, looking for what it does. But it sucks. It sucks. Group 2 got A12. That's pretty good. It's not A2. I forgot to use technical step on time. Well, this fight is so short that the fight's basically over before I get one more go at this. Reprise mage off meta rotation. That would be pretty bad. Okay, maybe I oversold it. I'm pretty sure this fight isn't going to go to second, second to 4-minute burst, I should say. Second 2-minute burst. That sounds really stupid, doesn't it? We've had first 2-minute burst, yes. Yes, indeed. One might say that there are, in fact, 60 minutes in an hour, but more importantly, there is 30 2-minute bursts in an hour. Have we had 27 2-minute burst? Quickly, everyone, commend the random. Philippe says it's so funny because Scathe is the best black magic in Final Fantasy XII. That is pretty funny. Wouldn't the first 2-minute burst technically be when you start the fight? No, that's called an opener. You start an hour with an opener, and then you have first 2-minute burst, second 2-minute burst, third 2-minute burst. I wake up at the 240th 2-minute burst of the day. Alright, Lexi, thank you for coming. 240th 2-minute burst of the day. Oh, that's a great one. Hey Ryan, hope you're doing well. Asmo says Reprise and Scathe have some good use in solo content, so there is a niche. That's true. I feel like Reprise would maybe. Well, is it? What level do you get it at? I feel like the weakness of Reprise is that you get it so late that it misses Palace of the Dead. It misses Heaven on High, which means that it only has the chance in that kind of content in Eureka Authors. And that, like, I mean, I guess that still works. But it just, to me, it feels like that sounds so specific. You're six 2-minute bursts late! Isn't 0 an even number? Yes. But the first one we call the opener. That's actually the weirdest one. I understand why people do it, and it does make sense. But some people refer to the 2-minute burst as the re-opener. It makes sense. It kind of makes sense. Kind of. But if the opener is the same as the 2-minute burst, wouldn't it be the same? That's the thing, Beep Boop. Often the 2-minute burst is not the same as the opener, but a lot more often the 4-minute burst is more similar to the 2-minute burst. Also, hey Cockatoo, hope you're doing well. And when I say more similar, that's because the reason, Beep Boop, let me give you an example. In your opener, we can actually take it as a red mage. In your opener, you have the resources to do 1 modification. You can use modification and 1 melee combo. In your 2-minute burst, you might have the resources preemptively built for a melee combo, which means that you can actually start your burst with the magic part of your melee combo burst modification, a full extra melee combo, and that takes about 20 seconds. But the actual opener is missing some stuff. Like essentially, in the opener, some jobs are like doing a slightly lackluster one because they're missing some things they haven't had time to build. Whereas the 2-minute burst will be different because now you had the time to build that. That's also like, to take another example, Machinist can do 2 hypercharges in the 2-minute burst, but they can't in the opener. Warrior can like splash in like an extra fell cleave in the 2-minute burst, but not in the opener. Dark Knight can splash in an extra blood spiller, I think, in the 2-minute burst, but not the opener. But they will not have salted earth on the 2-minute burst, not until the 6-minute burst, unless something causes drift. So yeah, the opener is a rather unique one. Danjo says, and then there's Samurai who have 2 Tendo Zetsugeki in the opener, but not in the 2-minute burst. True. Is Astrologian's 2-minute burst weaker than its opener because they don't have Lord of Crowns for it? They do have Lord of Crowns for it. This is how your state looks when you start a duty. This, in your 2-minute burst, you will not have this when you start it. In your 2-minute burst, optimally, you will have the spear in hand, ready to go. Divination, play spear, astral draw, balance, Lord of Crowns. So you would have it. You could have it. You might not, but you could have it. Because they made it somehow. Wow. But yeah, that is the reason why the 2-minute burst is not the same. But the reason why people call it the re-opener is because sometimes the 2-minute burst is basically the opener again. And sometimes if something wacky goes down, like some sort of like downtime, it's literally a re-opener because things have time to go on cooldown. Brontom says Astro's 2-minute burst is actually just worse because it's 1 damage card and not 3. It's 2 damage cards, Brontom. This is like when this one hits 0, that's when your 2-minute burst starts. You play this, you draw a new one, you play that. But yeah, it's true. It goes from 3 cards down to 2. That's true. A slight loss in card count. But relative to Endwalker, I'm pretty sure this makes up for it. Danjo says, I called it that since in WoW it was a reopener since many people had differing cooldowns of their burst. That's true. I do think it's hilarious that they just went, what should we give Astrologian? I don't know. Like a nearly 900 potency Ogicity? Why not? But the thing is, this looks crazy, but that's on a 2-minute cooldown because of divination. And then you go over to what Sage is having, and they're like, oh yeah, we do like 2/3 of that. What do you have? A knife? Beep-boop says, why does your house look like the Barbie house? The Barbie house, it's made out of books. What do you mean? Is it because it's pink? Are you surprised to find that my house is pink? Why wouldn't it be? It's so pink though. Look, if my house was like black, wouldn't it be weird if I came out the door wearing this? It's the Barbie house. Fleep says, the thing I like most about your guides is that you also go over the general rotation after the opener. I'm glad to hear that. And that would be weird. Like, I can't imagine making a job guide and just being like, after the opener, you're just like, you'll figure out the rest. you'll learn. Like, you'll figure it out. Cherry pink is Barbie pink. And? I don't even care if it is. That said, if you'd like to join me for Alliance Raid Roulettes, come on over to me. Pink equals manly. Now now we have the big brain time. Now we have the big brain time. There's another party. We might be able to make like 2 smaller groups. How many do we have over there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if Cyanide joins them, then we have a 7 and a 6, right? Oh. Right, you're already in a different party, never mind. We have a 7 and a 5. Does that work? Is that fine? Bonzum does also like that you put things like the healing rotation or mitigations rotations in the guides. I'm glad to hear that. It does feel like a little bit of like a detail. I just realized I should not be Sage for that. I'm playing Dancer, of course. We can only have 1 tank in the group, by the way. That is funny. I can understand why a guide for a healer job wouldn't talk in too much detail about all the healing stuff, because it's actually really hard to talk about. I will queue for Alliance raids on... You have a level 70. Well, we have a level 50. I'll queue when it says 855. That is a difficult one, because like as you might have seen in my Astrologian guide, I basically filled out the time that I normally use for level 60, 70, 80, 90 summary, just talking about how you use all of your tools. And each single healing tool is detailed enough that it's like, well, if you didn't get it, then like my summary on it won't be sufficient, so you just have to rewind. We're not getting done scathed, that's for certain. We have a level 50. What's the outrun amount from? That's also true, beep boop. Scholar openers or something else. Right, so you see all of those healing resources? You know, if you if you want to do maximum damage, you spend all of them for damage. We ended up in the same raid. Woohoo! Ryan says, is there a DDoS attack going on again? I don't think so, and sometimes it just does that. You see that X-Cock? That's 100 potency right there. Boop says, I can't remember if it was your guide. I believe my scholar guide opens the opener with being like, right, so remember that the first priority as a healer is like keeping the group alive, so you don't have to use all of this. You can save the ether flows if you need them. And then I was like, ether flow, broil, energy drain, broil, energy drain, broil, energy drain, dissipation, broil, energy drain, broil, energy... Like, not exactly like that, but basically like that. So, like, yeah, that's the scholar opener, but I specifically made sure to say flat out, don't just throw everything on the pyre of damage if you need it. I also said the same thing in my Black Mage guide. If you need those resources for movement, save them. That's the Black Mage way. Up. Bit says I play Scholar so much and I utterly refuse to participate in that opener. I really want them to change how that works. Well, the thing is, you don't have to do that. It's a relatively small damage gain to do that. You can do it differently if you want to. The intended purpose of energy drain is obviously to like throw out any ether flow you didn't need. Like that's the intended purpose. It's just that because of raid buffs, the best time to use it is when it's benefiting from raid buffs. Which then leads to this greedy nature, where you use them before you know that you don't need them. Exactly, Kraken Mo. That's like, I'm pretty sure that's the intended use case. It's just that if like, because of the way that sometimes, raid buffs mean you can get slightly more value if you use them early, it of course leads to this situation where, like basically, it's like a risk. You could get like 10, maybe even 20% more value out of your ether flow damage if you know now and not in 55 seconds that you don't need it. And that's why that happens. But like, I would say unless you're like min-maxing and trying to like get the highest possible damage, waiting until you know that you won't need the ether flow is a reasonably standard procedure. Like, way to do it. That's fine. And that's also exactly, Danjo, that's the opposite argument, is that on Bit's end, it feels like, why am I forced to waste all my healing resources for this? On Danjo's side, it's, if I can play well without spending all of my ether flow, I get a damage gain. So I am motivated to do that. Baron, that's right, the ether flow charge goes into the energy drain hole. Precisely. You got it. That's actually also something... I know this is a gigantic jump in a context, but something that I noticed when they changed Viper. Because your Twin Blade combo, like, the only thing it does is damage, and it gives you, like, a coil. It means that the way my brain looks at it is, well, I don't need to fill up my coils right now. Which means that I have had situations where, like, I knew a boss mechanic was coming up where it would be very convenient if I had some coils on hand so I could, like, stand at range for a bit. So, like, because I'm sitting on 2 and I don't want to spend them, I'm sitting on 3 even. My Vice Winder just kind of, like, charges up, so, like, it's nearly on 2 charges, and then when I finally do the Uncoiled Furies, I do all 3 of them, and then I do, like, the full Vice Winder combo twice, and then if it, like, for extra value, that's when Serpent's Ire comes up, so I spend 3 and then full refill immediately, and then I'm like, well, now I'll have this problem again. It's really funny. I talked about this earlier in the Expert Roulette as well, but before, when Dreadwinder was a way to manage your Noxious Nash in a, like, a higher damage, like, basically the way Dreadwinder worked before the rework, like, before the change, is that Dreadwinder was used to avoid having to use Dreadfangs, which kind of sucked, right? It let you skip a sucky GCD and replace it with a slightly better one by, like, applying the debuff that you needed to apply with a good attack instead of a bad one. Now that they removed that, I mean, it doesn't matter whether you do Reaving Fangs or Steel Fangs. It doesn't matter. Just click the glowy button. And that means Vice Winder is, like, it's just the big damage button. Another day of remembering stat down moves from Heavensward. Do you think Viper is better or worse now than it was before? Because I feel that Viper before was really underwhelming in the damage front. Viper was top DPS before the change. They still are. Like, they're like top 3 or something like that. And they still are. They're insanely strong, and because of the way their job is designed, with no rate buffs and the capacity to burst anytime they want, like, they can just hold it until it's convenient, they are not only insanely good because their damage potential is so high, but in casual content where, like, rate buffs are poorly coordinated, Vipers are even better because they can just adjust to the group. It's like, not only are they insanely good in a coordinated environment, they're insanely good in a casual environment. And they're not too hard to play. So that basically, like, that makes them, like, it's funny how people get so focused on Pictomancer, but Viper is also insanely good. In terms of enjoyment in the job, I enjoy the change to Reaper. Like, as I'm saying, like, I've just discovered a new hurdle that I'm dealing with. But I feel like the removal of Noxious Nash was unnecessary. I feel like Viper was... It's really hard to compare because fun is a weird subject like that, but I think I found Viper more fun before this change. But it's nothing big. Like, I would actually say, in terms of, like, practicality, it's a huge change. Before the change, you would see Vipers be extremely unlikely to switch target. Like, for example, here, if the Viper has put their Noxious Nash on Ammon, they're not switching. Maybe if, like, the enemy happens to come around when they have to reapply Noxious Nash to Ammon anyway. Whoops. But otherwise, no. Not interested. If they switch target, they lose 10% damage output. So no, they're not doing that. With the change, not only is that problem removed, but... Whoops. I didn't even see that I was going to be ice blocked. With the change, their combo starters, the single target and AoE ones, share the same buff. So you can actually flow, like seamlessly swap between your single target and AoE combo starters. It hurts more on your finishers because the finishers are not seamless. But your combo starters are, so like you can switch to like the AoE combo starter if you need it. So like you've got, like, Viper's gotten a little more flexible on that. Does that matter? Not really. But ultimately, the problem with the change, you could say, is that I think I liked it when there was this extra thing to manage. And thank you, Caetsu. Thank you so much. Like, it was something... Exactly, it was something to think about. It was... Basically, I've talked about this before. Why is it a lot of people feel like Dark Knight needs a little something? It's because in between their 1 minute and 2 minute bursts, nothing is happening. Nothing. Warrior, on the other hand, no, like, I don't believe anyone is saying that Warrior needs anything. But what does Warrior have? What are they managing? Upheaval. Onslaught, maybe. And Infuriate, which is not on a perfectly even 1 minute cooldown or charge time because Fell Cleave reduces it. So it's something to keep your eye on. You're also managing Storm's Eye or Surging Tempest, but like Warrior has like a few things to manage. Is it hard? No. Does it require a lot of attention? Nope. But something is happening between your bursts. Something. Noxious Nash, in my opinion, was that. For Viper. That's also the reason why I'm somehow having more trouble remembering to use Vice Winder now that, like, Noxious Nash is not there to remind me to use it. Like, they removed that. With Noxious Nash, every time Noxious Nash was, like, close to 20 seconds duration, I would start, like, eyeing Dreadwinder to see, can I do that instead? Now I don't. I have no time in my rotation where I'm like, okay, when should I use... like, Vice Winder. It's just elicit off cooldown. I'm really glad to hear that, Caetsu. Thank you. Just given how hard it is to cover how to efficiently use healing resources, I attribute a great majority of the skill I've gained in healing specifically to your wonderful guides. Thank you so much. But that is the thing. It's essentially... when they removed Noxious Nash, they removed that thing that Vipers were managing between their bursts. Ha! Well, just because you can, right, Ham? But, that's the thing, and the reason why I called it the problem with the change to Viper is that the change doesn't really negatively impact how the job is played. For the most part, if you just ignore the change of Noxious Nash, the button presses for your rotation is probably mostly the same. Like, it's not that big of a difference. It just feels different. It tells us it's weird because Viper was very tightly designed. That is true. It was so tightly designed that immediately Vipers, me included, discovered that if you did 3 reawaken, like, even though you could if you try to do 3 reawaken combos in succession, then your buffs would run out. A buff would run out. Something would run out. Something would give. It doesn't matter. Something would lead to a DPS loss. Now that they've made it so that your 2 buffs that you're maintaining, like, that's basically the only thing you're, like, maintaining. Your combo starter and combo finisher buffs last a minute, which means they're not going to run out if you do 3 reawakens. When they were 40 seconds, the finishers, they might have run out. Because reawaken takes like 12 seconds, I think, to do. 12 or 13, something like that. Maybe 11. But they will run out, and they will cause problems. Now that they're 1 minute, they won't. And the reason why it might be possible to do triple reawaken now is because if you do Vice Winder, Coil, then both of your buffs are basically maxed out. If you reawaken right then, you might be able to do it. Like 3 back to back. It wasn't even an option before. Because, like, you do Dreadwinder. Well, if you manage to make it so perfectly that, like, Noxious Nash got peaked at 40 seconds exactly at that moment, and then you do Coil, then Noxious Nash is going to run out. At the like, during the third. And also your combo finisher, like your filler combo finisher is going to run out. And that doesn't sound like much. And you might not even know how much of a loss it is. If you get distracted, I talked a little bit about this in my Viper Mentor Roulette video. If you get distracted and your combo finisher buff runs out, you lose 100 potency. Like, instantly. Boom! 100 potency out the window. Lost. That doesn't sound like much, but before the changes, if Noxious Nash ran out in the middle of your reawaken, like, combo, then Ouroboros would lose approximately 100 potency. Boom! 100 potency out the window. Like, basically, messing up your rotation for Viper in any way before the change was basically, oops, you lost 100 potency. That's still kind of the case. But it's really just, oops, you made a mistake, you lose 100 potency. And when they made the changes with 705, they made it a lot harder to mess it up. That's really what it boils down to. We've heard of second reawaken, but third is just pure self-indulgence. And I also agree with that, Beep Boop, that the Twin Blade feels not... it does not feel like a mechanic. It's just like a thing in the rotation. Gleaming says, I'm trying to get ready to record something for tea time next week. Anybody know how to make the chat show initials only? My suggestion, Gleaming, if you want to do that, is are you recording on a PC? Whatever the case, my suggestion would be, when you're recording, just put something over the chat. Like, just put something over the chat when you're recording. Like, not on your screen, but like if you're recording with OBS, you just have, like, you don't have to have a camera over your chat. You could have, like, just a black square. You could also have me over your chat if you want. You don't have to block the chat. That's up to you. Usually, like, if your chat isn't, like, in the bottom left area, when I'm reviewing your clip, my face will block the chat. But it's entirely up to you. But that's one thing you can... That's one way you can do it. Now, in terms of, can you make them into initials? I think so. Just don't remember where. Can you make the people in your chat into initials? There it is. I think. There it is. You open... So you can click the chat log cogwheel here. Or you can open character config, go to log window settings, and you check name display settings, and you just check this one and do this. Alright, Agent Monica, that's totally fair. I think we're also like, we did the roulettes. A smaller video of the video to cover the chat. That would be really good. Gleaming says, I was worried I was being rude if names were on screen because this is a farm party finder. I'd figured out everywhere else. I'd figured out everywhere else. There's names. It's hard to say. You see how in my mental roulette videos there is like full chat on display specifically to demonstrate that like there isn't some secret shenanigans going on. It's up to you. But I usually like basically hide the chat with my face if I'm streaming, because then I can't avoid it if like someone is suddenly being a douche in the middle of the stream in the chat. But because you record it, you can go, oh, that I don't want that to be recorded, and then just like put a black box over it and then re-render it or something if you can do that. But that would be my suggestion. If you're recording with OBS, just put a box over your chat. Like, unless you need the chat for something, and like that's the key with my mental roulette videos, is that the chat is sometimes crucially important. So I leave it there so that people can see what's going on. And it both works as a way for me to like see something interesting happen. We talked about some goodness. And it's also a case of, well, I wasn't being a douche in the chat. You can see that in the chat. It's right there. A still pic of the watcher? You could do that too. You use this. There you go. But yeah, that's also, like, as Sam says, there's a lot of places where you would need to check it to make sure that it's initials only. Because you need to make it so that you need to do that in the party chat, your target of target, if you use it, your focus target, your chat log, your party list, your target of target, focus target, chat log, displayed names also, like just these display names. There's a lot. And some people think it's rude to record it like that. My perspective on that is that, like, if someone actually, like, if you play poorly and you're recorded and showed off on the internet, if someone actually approaches you about it in game, survival of the fittest. Get rid of those people. Zav says, it's possible to macro them, but I wish there was like a streamer mode setting. That could also be. And like, that could also be a way to do it. Exactly, Gireen. Basically, if someone actually like saw footage on the internet of someone playing poorly, and then for some reason felt compelled to hop in game, seek out the person and call them bad in game. Why? Why would you do that? Like, people are gonna people, yeah. Fortunately, if you actually do end up in such a situation where someone does that and you report them and they get punished, they're probably not doing that again. Hanjo says only one piece of advice for anyone who considers that. Seek professional help. Yes. Yes. Like, I can't, I simply, that's the thing, is that I have had people on my mental roulette videos specifically highlight that they're concerned for the people in the video, that people would seek them out. And my first thought on that is, who has time for that? Who cares that much? And my second thought is, the people who will do that are going to get reported, and they're going to get punished. Like, that's it. And the third reason why I keep the names up is because, and this is actually an interesting thing, I've heard some people say that they are a little bit uncomfortable with the with the prospect that the names are on full display. One reason can be they're going, well, what if I'm in one of these videos at some point? I wouldn't like that. Another perspective is some people don't like making fun of real people on the internet. And the actual name there makes them go, now they feel more real. Now I can't laugh at them. Which is good. Like, I've had on some of my videos where, like, I gave some criticism, like, said this person could have done this better, and some people then jumped into the chat to defend them. Like, I feel like I haven't been actually mean. Like, actually mean in any of my mental roulette videos with the advice I've given. Or the observations I've made. I've sometimes been nitpicky, but I don't think I've been mean. But they've jumped to the defense of these strangers on the internet. And I don't think they would have done that if it had been the initials approach. Because it's the full name, they feel more compelled to defend this real human being. Because, like, I don't think they would do that otherwise. Dinky Dale says, I'm pretty sure that's called being a mentor. Giving advice? Yeah, that's actually pretty funny. I specifically gave advice in my mental roulette video, and people then were like the funniest one I think I've seen was someone saying, you're complaining, they didn't say this word for word, but they said something to the effect of, you're complaining about a white mage not using holy in a level 50 duty. Are you serious? And I responded to them, this person was rearing a level 90 item. They should know better by level 90. Like, if I saw a real sprout at level 50 in, like, the white mage artifact gear at level 50, then I would have been like, they could have used holy a bit more, but I'm sure they're still learning. But if they're level 90 in Endwalker, wearing gear from the Alliance raid in Endwalker, you know, they should know better. They should be a little bit better. And that's the thing, like, that's the thing, is that usually the advice I give is partly like, they could do this, but how hard I weigh that is, would they know that? Should they know that? Have they played enough that they should have known that? Yeah, exactly, Danjo. Holy is a useful skill. And the parent says, just as a reminder, there are some people who get upset that logs containing them are uploaded to FFLogs and Civ Analysis for one reason or another. I understand that. I understand why they would be upset about that. But unfortunately, gaming on the internet simply is really hard without ending up getting recorded in one way or another. Highland says, remember you can claim your character and remove them. I didn't actually know that. And also true, Parent. Some people have no desire to get better and have no desire to hear constructive criticism. And that's actually the most interesting part, is that some of the people, like sometimes I've like said, this Sprout healer, I don't know why I keep focusing on healers, but it's just like that's the particular one that tends to stand out. This Sprout healer could have used Holy more, could have used AoE more, they could have used like Disgracia more, whatever. They could attack more. They didn't need to use this tool like this, they could have done it like that. That would have been better. And some people have been like, they're Sprouts, you meanie, you're bullying the Sprouts. And I'm like, you know, those Sprouts that you're babying right now are going to grow up into cure bots if you let them. How much of that did you get out of the 28 guild tests? Actually, a surprising amount. Basically, all of them, the healers were attacking. Because a large majority of them, the healers were people spamming for commendations, and they're absolutely not getting commendations if they're spamming cure in a guild test. Asmo says, I question why showing your profile is opt-out instead of opt-in. That is a good question. I guess they have concluded on FF logs that 99.9% of the people there, that's a random percentage number given, don't care. So for the 0.1% that do care, they can opt out. And then everyone else can just do whatever. There's also the part that, and this is probably the reason why it's a problem, is because if someone hides themselves, why are you hiding your profile? Do you have something to hide? Why do you have something to hide? Are your logs bad? Would they show that you're garbage at the game? Is that the reason why you're hiding them? No? Well, if there's nothing bad, then why are you hiding them? You see what I mean, right? There are legitimately good reasons that you would want to hide them just because of the privacy reasons, but that is the logical conclusion why you probably don't want to hide them, because it's actually probably better to have your gray pass on full display than having them hidden, because if they're hidden, the people can assume the worst, and worst could be worse than what you actually did. Danjo says, I mean, that would be an argument for opt-in over opt-out. You're right. It would, sorry, let's see. That would be an argument for opt-out over opt-in. Dinky Dave says, this is why we use usernames instead of our legal names for MMOs. And that is also a good point. That is something that people forget. Like, people act like these names on this... Like, that's a funny... that is a funny disconnect, is that people view these full names on display almost like people have their actual real names on display. And that it tells you, like, it's like an invasion of privacy. But you could just change your name. It just costs some money. You just change your character name if you want. Just change it. You do absolutely horrendous stuff. As long as you don't get reported, you just change your name. Like, the thing is, if someone actually copies, like, saves the link to your Lodestone account, there's actually a problem there. Because for some reason, that URL does not change if you change your name. So if you've acted so poorly that someone felt the interest to do that, then they would be able to haunt you to the ends of the earth. You would have to make a new character. Parent says, I think I'd be more likely to kick someone out of my party for having hidden logs over someone with grey logs. Danjo says, I do wonder if this actually does break EU privacy laws. A lot is counted under that. I don't know. I'm reasonably confident that because there is like a gamer handle name basically connected to it, it sort of adds like an extra leg that makes it complicated. Hey Rust, hope you're doing well. And also that, I don't think I've ever kicked anyone in WoW or Final Fantasy XIV over their logs. I have, however, a few times been a little bit forceful about trying to give them advice to get better over logs. I don't think that's really cruel, because I haven't been mean about it. I've just been like, I really think that you might benefit from if we like took a look at seeing how you could get better. Kokuchu says, can someone please tell me what is meant by insert color logs? Yes, I can. Oh, this looks really funny. Warrior logged out with this outfit. There. Sure. So, when you post a log to FFLogs, they will basically rank it and compare it to all other logs from that fight. Specifically that fight and people playing that job. The way they do this is, if your performance is better than, say, 50% of all others, then your log will have a 50 pass. This is what this looks like. Here you can see 56, because it did better than 56% of players at the time of posting. It's actually a 48 relative to today, so like it's actually dropped a bit because better players, or better passes have happened. An extra thing they do to make it easier to pass and look at is they color the logs. Anything below a certain threshold, I believe below 25, is gray and is usually viewed as garbage. Anything between 25 and 49, I believe, is green, which is usually fine. Everything between 50 and 74, as Perrin says, are blue, which is usually good. 75 to 89 is purple and really good. 90 to 98 are orange, and that's like you're in the top 10%, right? 99 is pink, which means that you're in the top 1%, and 100 is gold, and that means that you are the best. Like, you actually was the best. Might be 95 to 98 for orange, but point is that that's what we mean when we say color pass. Is gray pass means like bad pass, but there is something to be said that when people say gray pass, they usually don't envision bottom 25%. They usually envision mega trash, right? Like supremely garbage. Like bottom 5. You mean your character isn't from Odin, is it? That's not you. My best guess is that no one has posted any public logs of you, Emir. That's fun, Emir. Yeah, that's what it means, Kokachu. Like, gray is usually a bad sign, and any other color than that is usually good. That's usually fine. Even like a high gray pass, you know, like 20 plus is usually pretty fine. Sip says, sorry, Kai, you're 99 from the little 100 MSQ dungeon, dropped to a 98. Yeah, that was pretty funny. A random pass on that, and like, oh yeah, top 1%. And this is also something important, as Perrin mentions. Keep this in mind. Log colors are basically... They don't care what you're wearing. They care what you did. Like, what your actual damage was. That's it. So if your gear's bad, then even if you played perfectly, you played this fight the best possible, but you didn't get any good crits, all of your big attacks didn't crit once, and your gear's kind of bad, then you could get a gray pass. So ultimately, while looking at your passes to see how you're faring compared to others can be nice, it doesn't matter unless like you actually have really good gear. And we've talked about this before. I believe we did on Tea Time. Previous Tea Time. Unless you're actually like in the top trying to get the best pass on the planet for something, my recommendation is look at your pass to see, am I doing better than myself? Like, if you pass 50 one week, are you then passing 55 next week? Are you doing better? And that's like an important thing, just like with focusing on your own improvement in life. That's also something we talked about earlier with how IRL is pay to win. Best you can do is compare yourself to yourself. Are you doing better than yourself yesterday? Like, that is the most important thing. So don't worry about whether you had a grey pass. Think about, can you do better? And what can you do to do better? Because the rest will probably just make you depressed. Classic. Chris says, best I can do is $5 a month, final offer. Hey, I mean... this isn't... And that's also a good point, Phil, is that if it would be better if you can get consistent. But it's also a good idea to aim to get better. Danjo says, I feel like logs would be much more interesting if they instead looked at potency per second. No crits, no gear, just how well you do. Or well do you do. Make comparing classes to one another harder. That could also be. That could also be. I think part of the problem there is that would also make it really difficult to compare with raid buffs and stuff. Potency per second falls under the same issues as current logs. You just sandbag the pulls and gig above the person getting the pass. Yeah, it is difficult. And I think this might be a weird... By the way, thank you so much for the gifted membership, Chris. Thank you so much. Enjoy, Haber. Thank you. I think the way it currently works, where it basically also includes your gear in the calculation as a result, isn't so bad, because it means that you, even if you have perfected your rotation, you can still have the feeling of getting better. You can still feel like you're doing better because your gear is getting better. And also, yeah, knowing how to gear is actually also part of doing well. That's true. Kylan says, a white mage 100 passes them getting dance partnered with an Astro giving them all cards. That is actually difficult. If I remember correctly, when we talked about it on Tea Time, the card from the Astrologian would probably be attributed to the Astrologian, and the dance partner would probably be attributed to the dancer, with the exception that I do believe there is some jank with the calculation on crit buffs. Like, specifically crit buffs. Wherein sometimes they'll overshoot and sometimes undershoot how much credit the player receiving the buff should get. Following a base list is easy enough. It is, but it is part of being good. Like, if we're going to make the argument that following a base list is easy enough, looking up the best opener is also pretty easy, right? And then learning it isn't too hard. But that's also something you can do, Danjo, and I feel like when you're comparing yourself to yourself, that's when Civ analysis comes in and is helpful. Because you can have a 99 pass. Yes, a 99 pass. Shove it into Civ analysis, and it'll still be like, you triple weaved 5 minutes and 55 seconds into the fight, idiot. Don't do that. And that's basically the potency per second pass, right? That's the Civ analysis looking through your rotation and going, well, you made a mistake here, here, and here anyway. Civ analysis is yelling at my M1S clear because of stuff that's out of my control. Yeah, and that's also part of it, is understanding what parts you couldn't have done. Turns out you can't double weave at 200 ping, who knew? Well, that's also something that you can't really do anything about, but you can try to do the rest, right? But that is thing. Like, for example, like this. Well, that's not even an example. Civ analysis specifically has the ability to call you out on the mistakes that would be painted over by, well, I did the most damage because my gear's good, and I critted because it was lucky. Civ analysis doesn't care. It doesn't even look for that. It isn't like, well, you should crit more, idiot. Like, it doesn't do that. It does say, don't die. Parent says, I would argue that best in slot is not real. Any best in slot provided is a general full uptime gear option, not tuned to fights nor accounting for RNG. The thing is, BIS lists are typically optimized about average performance, which means that, like, that of course, that's actually an interesting thing, is that the best in slot depends on what you're trying to accomplish. If you're trying to get the best pass on the planet for a specific fight, then the best in slot list should have exactly 0.1% directed. And then you just need to direct it as many attacks in your rotation as possible anyway. But if you're trying to, like, maximize your average performance, then having even amounts of directed and determination tends to be better, which is what I teach in my guides. Average optimal performance. But there is one specific aspect that best in slot lists can have a hard time actually accounting for. And that is something that I learned when I started playing Final Fantasy XIV in Stormblood. When I was being explained, like in a guide of some sort, how to weigh the value of speed, skill speed or spell speed, like, I was sitting there completely dumbfounded. In World of Warcraft these days, most of your toolkit is affected by haste. So cooldowns get shortened. And things that don't get shortened tend to just scale with haste. So haste is usually not bad. In Final Fantasy XIV, at least in Stormblood, I remember specifically that one of the arguments for speed was, well, if we look at your GCD, If we look at your GCD, then skill speed and spell speed increases the amount of GCDs you get in a fight. Shocker, I know, but in a vacuum, like if we ignore the fact that it could increase the amount of GCDs you can fit in a burst window or something, if we ignore that for a moment, reducing your GCD from 2.5 to 2.45, well, 2.5 to 2.49 even, how many GCDs does that give you in the fight? Let's say that increasing your skill speed enough that you get, like, reduce your GCD by 0.01 means that you can fit one more GCD in your rotation. And you happen to be a Dragoon. How much damage gain is that in a vacuum? If we, again, ignore the part where Lance Charge is involved and all that. If we just look at the GCD itself, how much you gain from that skill speed depends on which GCD you added. If that plus one GCD you gained was a true thrust, it probably isn't, it could have been a Raiden thrust, then you gained 320 potency. If it was a Heaven's thrust, you gained 440 potency. So, relative to how garbage is that GCD you gained is important, or was important. Nowadays, it's like, doesn't really matter, does it? Does it give you an extra GCD in the burst? And it's simply because the burst is so massive that there's no point in considering this really specific detail. But this is something that can matter. Having more speed gives you more GCDs, but what GCDs? Like, we could even do that with a Black Mage. If if having slightly more spell speed would give you 1 or 2 more GCDs in the fight, what are those? Does the fight end as you cast Flare Star? If so, then more spell speed would be a terrible idea, because the next thing you're doing is Blizzard 3, Blizzard 4. Maybe Blizzard 3 Paradox now, but basically Blizzard 3, Blizzard 4. So you don't want plus 2 GCDs if the fight finishes on Flare Star, but how on earth do you know that the fight finishes on Flare Star, right? How would you know that? Phil says, yeah, the difference between 2.4 and 2.45 Gunbreaker is a burst strike. Beep Boop says, having been playing for a year now, it's kind of insane how much has changed, because I've heard horror stories about how the game was back then. Yeah, indeed. But yeah, best in slot is, of course, making some assumptions about what you're going to do. Those assumptions are, of course, going, well, speed is not, like, for a lot of jobs, they basically go, speed is not super impactful, so let's avoid that. Like, let's start by avoiding that. All of these other stats are good and reliable, so let's maximize those. Okay, what spell speed do you like running Black Mage with? In Endwalker, I had, like, a build with, like, 217 or something like that, because I thought it was funny. I'm sort of indifferent. This is the spell speed I happen to have. I'm not super big on it. 237 I feel is really nice, but I could absolutely go with less. Also, hey Joshua, hope you're doing well. Aaron says it all boils down to encounter specifics and doing it enough times to know how fast you're going. Yep, and you also need to know the exact group you're going with, because if you have a different group, they might finish a GCD later. Krakenmo says, found myself 1 pass found. The first time I did Aglaya, completely blind, still got a 59. Despite knowing that I died at least twice, passes confirmed, kinda silly. Exactly. But yeah, that's the thing with best in slot lists, is that they have to make some assumptions about what you're doing, and they kind of just have to assume an average performance, right? Isaac says, I'm going to opt to not look myself up for now. As I said before, the important thing is focusing on getting better yourself. Don't worry about how bad or how good you are right now. Can you get better? And that's really what it all boils down to. That's also part of the reason, like as you saw when we did M1S Saturday last week, I would like my requirement for people joining from chat was basically, well, do you have a job ready? Is your gear mostly ready? Are you ready to do this? Okay, join. And yes, if we checked the passes from that, some didn't do super well, but we didn't kill the boss, so who cares? Like, we're still learning the mechanics. You get there. You get there later. You practice, you get better. And that's what matters. The real gold pass is the friends we made along the way. There were passes. I think we have... We should have... I believe we have them private. The thing is, non-clear still get passes, but they can get kind of funky, because, I mean, you didn't, like, finish, so sometimes some weird results come up. But it should be mostly right. But yeah, I think that's what we'll end that on today. Don't use passes to bonk yourself in the head. Do your best. That's what matters. With that said, if you enjoyed the company of me or the wonderful people in the chat, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join where you'll find most of them, I'm pretty sure. You'll also find the weekly schedules, you can see what else is coming up, such as tomorrow, where I'm releasing a full machinist guide from level 30 to 100. Basically, same style as always, it's just one video instead of two. We also have tea time on Thursday. You can also find the announcement room where you'll see the links to videos and streams when they come out. And if you go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder roll, you'll get a notification whenever I do post these. You also get an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you enjoyed this particular stream, and once again, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it on YouTube. That tells YouTube that this was an enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member, you can gift memberships, or you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like YouTube, there is also a Ko-Fi link in the description. It all helps me directly to be able to basically fund focusing on making guides and entertainment for all of you. Which I would very much like to do looking forward. I think I can. I should be able to. Especially with all the support that you all gave me today. That was incredible. Like, YouTube says here 112 new members. 112. With that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye.